all the effort that we bring in the sense of reform will come to this idea, and I will use a point that he uses in the text. It can be considered an effort that is a bit, undeniably difficult, because these institutions tend to become stronger and stronger. And the big point here is definitely to, end this the existence of such places. So not only we want to destroy the asylums, but also destroy the tentacles of such places. It's not about an effort of restoration or renovation of in the reform in other places in the world, where at the end, the asylums would have some sort of power. Our commitment is indeed to end this and end its basis, its foundation. And this is the logic, and then we see that the perspective of such process implies that we need to put it down and build this fundamental issue again. So when we think of that, we think that it's necessary to basically make this sort of arrangement. And when we think about that, we hear the paradigm, and I always use this term in a careful way, because obviously we hear that the paradigm creates a normal science. And this paradigm, when we consider Thomas Kuhn's idea, we find an equivalence between a problem and a solution. It generates a normal science to normalize a certain way of thinking. At the end, we see a creation of paradigm and then a conservation of its foundation. I use the term paradigm because we see that this process of removing these institutions is important to remove them in this manner, the paradigm. And we think of this in an isolated manner. So when we consider this, we see that we need to remove the foundation of this paradigm, and we see this aspect. It is an aspect that is extremely strong. And then we see that how they are considered, these hospitals, these custody hospitals have been, developed. It shows that we see that it's basically it was constructed throughout the centuries. It comes in the classic era around the 18th century. We are now in the 21st century, discussing an issue that began in previous centuries, and it's important. And this was not never an answer, really, especially in the 21st century, because this appears in our law. So when in the fourth article, especially the third paragraph in the law, it says that it is prohibited to hospitalize mental illness, individuals who suffer from mental illness. This is already there. So this is one of the paragraphs that is very strategic to look at these institutions. So when we look at this, we see, I heard yesterday so we see that the law, or the way it was considered, as we can see in 1989, since that time we see that this the Article 4 in this law shows us and conditions us to think that the hospital is not just a hospital, let's put it this way, but it is really, the hospitalization is the last resort, should be the last resort, never the first thing to do, even though it's not, possible to fix it completely in the law, but it does indeed shows that it should be the last, right? So we see that it is indeed the last resource, right? The last resort, and this should be what the law conditions for this. So the law does condition this, and we see that it is prohibited to have anyone in any being hospitalized. So we cannot keep on reproducing this. And we see that for the hospitals, these are institutions that are basically asylums. This is really concerning and a big mistake when it comes to the formality, when it comes to how the law was established. Well, considering these things, I'd like to now bring a piece of reflection to us here, because during this time, not only the ministry but also the also CNJ, we were pressured by congressmen, by the press. We were criticized by this how much we offer, and this is a definitely is a special moment, an important moment to think of this, of how we can do this. So what is the scenario that we have today in terms of these policies in Brazil? So let me start by comparing. This is a piece of information that perhaps you guys know. Brazil is the only country in the world, and we see that the only that has a national health service. There are countries that have this, but with a population that is much less, less than 100 million inhabitants in population. So this is to show how important this is, to think of a macro policy for health in a country such as ours. Second point, when we look at these data, Brazil is among the 7 countries with a population above 200 million inhabitants, second country to actually dare to do it, dare to reform, psychiatric care. So the first one to do it was the USA. They did that in the 1940s. There are issues in the way they did it, but anyway, it's not today. It's not an example to us, but anyway, Brazil managed to do it in a way that was very very extensive, that reached many people. So when we look at our numbers, Sonia Barros showed us some information about this. I tell you this and I affirm, we see the value of our system. We see today in Brazil, without a doubt, the biggest mental health network in the world. And these pieces of information are very important because at some point we're gonna have to, we're gonna have to make changes. We're gonna have to consider, we see that these are distributed in about 1900. Anyway, these are this is infinitely superior to what was offered to us throughout history. 870 of these therapeutical houses. It's a few numbers, and we have grown. So this means that we have grown. that's not enough, but it gives us an idea of, since we have this legacy, since we have learned from this, we can offer such a process, right, for custody hospitals. Yesterday, Professor Ana Paula showed us a few numbers, around 4,600 people, around this number. I mean, we have about 2,800 services with CAPS, among other services. But anyway, just to show you that anytime you hear people talking about lack of assistance, we need to show the error in this argument, because we have shown how we can do this. It's not sufficient yet, but we have managed to grow. Well, but by the time we have this piece of information, and how when we were invited to think, together with C and J, and how we wanted to plan, and I keep saying planning, we need planning, because certainly the way we've been reforming our health system, it has been in a planned manner. It cannot be just any process, really. It's a system, really. So we see that its organization, it is something to guarantee the extension of this, right? I'm almost. Since we received, from the time we received communication, the invitation to think together, how this could, happen. Well, immediately the coordination of mental health, we see these two, coordinating teams, especially the human rights one. We started organizing, uh, having this sort of information, especially the Ministry of Justice, considered that we would be able to keep this information, grab this information, and have a planned way of doing this. Today, I believe that at the end of this event, we will have the signature of a protocol that looks into establishing this intention, establish parameters, guidelines for the work that is going to be done by CNJ and the Ministry of Justice, especially that this moment is important for the policy, for this anti-asylum policy. So the logic is to take in this commitment, find the paths, develop strategies, organize the continuation of such actions. Well, I'm getting to the end of this, and I'd like to tell you that this is a very important moment for us to discuss this. We have a law that has been here for about 22 years. There was an aspect that had left us in a standby, situation, not only in custody hospital, but there's prisons in Brazil that suffer from mental illness and conflict with the law. And we do have then the opportunity, the historical opportunity, to repair whatever is necessary from this point on. These discussions really, they produce something that is a productive, uncomfortable feeling, And we see that I was talking with a few colleagues, when I was leaving, and he asked me what I was thinking, about this, and then I thought, whatever life wants from what life really wants from us is courage, and to so we can face this situation. And I'll finish by saying, to use a poem that talks about the dreams and the difficulties, the huge stuff. This poem is from Chico Buarque, and it was sang by Maria Bethania, and it talks about this moment, and it talks about dreams and impossible dreams, and it says this. The poem goes, and I hope it inspires us. Things can be possible, and it's not impossible to dream. So dream another dream, an impossible dream, to fight when it's easy, to fight and then deny when the rule is to suffer the anguish that is unattainable, and then to get rid of that prison, to fly at an improbable height, and to access the floor. It's my law and my point here to turn this world upside down and get to the floor, not knowing if it's hard or not. How many wars do I have to win for a little bit of peace? And tomorrow, this floor that I have kissed to be my lying bed, and then to die with passion. And whatever it might happen, it will end that unending affliction, and the world will see a plant sprout from that impossible ground. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor João Mendes, for your speech and your the technology and all the meaning of this paradigm, your challenge to break this. And now we're going to continue with this panel and invite to the floor Dr. and Professor Akemi Kamimura. She is a lawyer, a specialist and master in human rights by the Law School of the University of São Paulo, a specialist in human rights and women in the University of Chile, also a consultant of human rights in the Pan American Health Organization, PAHO, and also WHO, the World Health Organization, in Brazil in 2018-2022. Professor Akemi, the floor is yours. Good afternoon, everyone. First, I would like to thank for the opportunity of being here and participate in this discussion, both for the National Council of Justice, the Court of Law, and the program Fazendo Justiça, and in order to ensure more justice and dignity in this country, and also so to talk a little bit about disinstitutionalization, inclusion, and the perspectives for an anti-asylum perspective, which is communitary. Talking about disinstitutionalization and as this paradigm, this perspective now on human rights, a human rights approach in this disinstitutionalization, I would excuse myself, sorry if I say the obvious, but just for us to put some context in relation of this to this perspective. So thinking about this paradigm of human rights, I would like to highlight the interdependence, indivisibility, the interrelation between human rights, socio-economical, cultural, and then we have been talking, yesterday we talked about it, today we are talking about that, the Convention on rights for persons with disabilities, also the Pact against torture, political rights, the American Convention on Human Rights, and Damião Ximenes case, which is a paradigm in this context. And I would also like to highlight the right to mental health and some essential elements that are interrelated to have this in mind now in our dialogue. So the Committee for Social and Economical Rights highlights 4 essential elements that are related to the right to health. One is the availability of services, equipment, so health equipment, that they are available. Another essential element, and it comes to accessibility, here is not just physical accessibility, but also economical, non-discrimination, that it is accessible without any discriminatory barriers to any people, and also the right to information. This right to information aligned also with another element is the social adequation. So when we talk about the access to health for the indigenous people, another important element is the quality of the services. So thinking about the human rights, the right to health, these four elements that are related and are essential for the human rights. And also the recent general comment on the Committee of the Rights to Persons with Disabilities, comment number 5, which is from 2022, on the right to life, to independent life and inclusion in the community. So this committee also highlights a series of guidelines in relation to this life, the independence, inclusion in the community, this general comment, and also a guideline from a general comment in this guideline on disinstitutionalization. It is from 2022, and in these guidelines that the Committee for the Rights of Persons with Disability in relation of institutionalization as a process which violates the rights of these people, and the importance of the process, the disinstitutionalization process for all countries. And in this context of disinstitutionalization and the perspective of human rights, I would like to highlight a document from the Pan American Health Organization, PAHO, on disinstitutionalization in the Latin America and the Caribbean. This concept is from 2020, and it highlights a series of barriers that can somehow it will make this process a little bit more difficult, So it's a struggle we have. So this disinstitutionalization, this anti-asylum struggle is complete, and it will be definite, so everyone can live happily without this segregation, without this in relation to the disinstitutionalization. So I will highlight some barriers and facilitators for this anti-asylum process. This is a document from PAHO. One, when it comes to the norms and regulations, so there is a set of political that would ask for the recent resolution is an important element in this context because it favors this disinstitutionalization process. Another element when it comes to funding and resources allocation, so how to structure mental health services, human resources which are sufficient in order to offer these services, the distribution of resources, support to the families, the family of users, and also the mental health services. This is also another element to have in mind in this disinstitutionalization process. Another element I highlight is when it comes to the condition of the mental health services, the anti-asylum struggle we were talking before. So this availability of the services, the lack or the access of these services, the capacity of these services. So this is an element that can favor this process, so we can keep it in mind. for total disinstitutionalization. A fourth element I would highlight are models and paradigms, treatment policies. We are talking about a paradigm shift. But how do we feel the world, and how do we act the world? This has some mindset. So I think the mindset, unfortunately, this asylum mindset is still there. So the models and paradigms can favor or somehow create some barriers in this process, in this struggle, in order to finally reach then this disinstitutionalization. Another would be information services. What informations do we have? Who are these people who are informing us? So this is also important to have an element to ensure this process. A sixth element from PAHO is also in relation to the support to the families, some support groups for the users, with the users. And a seventh element when it comes to the socio-cultural factors, discrimination, prejudice, a mindset of safety and control, how much it favors or not this anti-asylum process. And I would also like to highlight some factors which are having, they are understood as essential to act as a basis for this process. So the enforcement of the law, fundings, resources, for this political willing, commitment, leadership, what we have seen, what we saw yesterday and what we are seeing here, and at the end that we are going to sign this protocol, this in order to follow, to move on together. So the paradigm, so this anti-asylum mental health, also the capacitation, training, so changing the mindset. It's not something that happens in 5 minutes. Now we have some things that demand for constant work when it comes to it. And I would also like to say, also this in the relation to these human rights, something which is about autonomy and participation. And remembering that in the process of when we are going to sign in the text of the Commission of Human Rights for persons with disabilities, the slogan is nothing about us without us. So this is also to consider the paradigm when it comes to the participation of these people. So we really have an effective listening. So we listen effectively to these people who suffer with that. Another thing I would like to highlight is when it comes to services, diversity of services, live services, close services to the people with in mental struggling. So services, community services, general hospitals with a special mental health unit, the suppression of new admissions in the hospitals. So having a planning for this process, the creation of services, intermediate care, among others. So mental health services based in communities, in communitary networks, are the best alternative for the human care of these people committed with the mental health services. And these services networks supported that can be provided in the community are really important to it and essential, it's to articulate mental health in especially primary attention, general hospitals, among others. Another point here, just for me to conclude, is when it comes to inclusion, né? We are talking about disinstitutionalization and inclusion, but when we are talking about inclusion, it's not enough, né? It's not to include in the places people tell us to include them. It's real inclusion. It's an inclusion with respect, where people can bloom, né? Freely, full potential. And to do so, I highlight the right to equality, also the autonomy and participation, the protagonism of these people. And it's a topic, né, that I think it's also important to have in mind, as this sense of belonging, even though there is a sphere which is a little bit external. This is internal more than anything, because you say, I feel a part of this group. So I think this is also an important issue for us to consider when it comes to inclusion. So it's beyond autonomy, participation, fighting racism, sexism, LGBT, phobia, classism, atheism. So this colonialist mindset, which we also have discussed these days, and now thinking about a policy for an anti-asylum policy, it's important to fight this mentality, this asylum mindset that has its relations with colonialism, sexism, racism, seeing the others as someone like an inferior person, someone that I wouldn't have a relationship with, when we are actually, all of us are connected. So in this perspective of an inclusion, disinstitutionalization, with so we are really alert to these issues, and to fighting this mindset, that made like holocausts possible, and unfortunately something that we can still see in some places in Brazil, so that today we can really act, aware of it, and that we can change this reality for the next generations. The next generations are here, honoring these pains from the past, this memory, so aware of it, and knowing that each of us, any of us, we can contribute to this anti-asylum struggle, this inclusion, this communitary perspective. So these were the issues that I would like to bring to this discussion, and I am here available if you have any questions, and we are going to continue fighting for it. Thank you, Professor Akemi. And now to continue, we are going to listen to Dr. and Professor Janete Valois. She is a clinical psychologist, master in social psychology, a specialist in mental health, and also health services management, a specialist in neuropsychology, coordinator of the post-graduation and mental health at the Lagoa University. She is also a member of the coordination in the Health Secretariat in Maranhão. You have the floor, Doctor. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to organize myself to talk for 15 minutes. So first of all, I would like to thank you for the invitation to be here in this discussion. Congratulate the National Council of Justice, the Ministry of Health, because it is a meeting which is necessary so we can actually look after these people who suffer from mental health diseases. And I would like to point out some things. Né? So my speech, né? First, I would like to say I am from Maranhão, a psychologist. I come from a state that has many beauties, natural geographical diversity, the climate is good, né? Economic diversity, lots of social indicators that can be improved, but also an incredible potential. Né? We are to do things that apparently we wouldn't be able to do because of the northeastern reality. And Maranhão, we could move forward and build in our daily lives. We could build some things, and it is about that I'm going to share with you a bit about some interesting experiences, not only in Maranhão but in other states in the north and northeastern, especially thinking about looking for these people who have this mental suffering, which is a big challenge. So we there, we from Northeastern and Maranhão, we have some limitations, but we found some solutions which are not perfect. There is a lot of room for improvement, but it's important to build things with the idea that it will never be done. It will never be ready, totally ready. We can move forward, but when moving forward and evaluating what we did, we are going to see that there will be always something that can be improved. It's continuous improvement. For this population in specific. But I would like to add something also, and I would like to thank the different people who are here, because we, in May 18, 2020, in the middle of the pandemic, where we were all socially, with social distancing, we were affected by many deaths at that point, and we here in this anti-asylum struggle were surprised in the May 20 with a law from the Ministry of Health that would end up with the only strategy we had in Brazil, funded by the Ministry of Justice, that was to think about the strategy of the disinstitutionalization of these people that were kept in asylums in Brazil. And we were caught in surprise. We didn't know why. We were going through that because the Ministry of Health did not wouldn't give any kind of support to us, no instructions for us to understand how it was going to work. So we had a history of it in Maranhão, in Pará, in Pernambuco, and Piauí. Some people who supported us are here, and I would like to thank especially the CNDH, Abrasb, Condege, the National Council of Justice, also the PEN, with their representatives who are here in this group work, could discuss and this strategy. So I would ask these people who fought with us, please, a big round of applause to these people.
And I appreciate it because, to get together, we look at how 6 states where this was functioning to 11 AAPs, and we have grown now. So this moment of AAP where those have been extinct was a moment of force, moment of strength. So the ministry tried to end us. So we had people management enough to keep on existing, to be these things need to be supported, strengthened. This was the movement, and because of the crisis we were able to move forward, right? And they were there ready to be there for us, so that's great. So it's important to also look at this, So we look at this society construction. What society are we? Where are we? In our society. So we look at all AUPs that were together with the support of some people who are here that have acted in many fronts, and we did the first forum of AAPs. And in this forum, there was something that was really, when we look at people who speak of their own cause, we're talking about our own causes, because it's been decades, it's been centuries where families used to have many children. When a child would die, this would not impact the family as much. So in our society today, we have families with a few people, 2 3 people. So when one person disappears or becomes ill or dies, it's a big deal, right? And the pandemic has shown us how it was hard to be isolated. So even though we were with those who we loved in our homes, we went a little crazy, right? And this is the point, when we think of this. So I learned this, when we look at, I learned with Sonia Barrows when I started learning, you know, um, there were some important questions that I was thinking of for the health system, in Brazil. And the question is, if I go crazy, how do I want to be treated? If I become mentally ill, would I want to be here? If somebody who I love would have a mental illness, would I have that person here? Would I drink the water from this place? Would I eat the food from this place? So would I lie in this bed where everyone lies? So would I use the same bathroom as everyone? So this is important to ask. If the answer is no, then service is not good for anyone. If it's not good for me, it's not gonna be good for others. So this is something that is important that I learned, years ago when it comes to this. That's the reference. That's what we need to know, huh? And this is how we understand, this idea and how I want others to be treated. So this is a point that I wanted to reflect with you, okay? And we look at, many strategies. We look at religious aspects, psychological, social. I mean, this is really important. But there was one thing that we need to understand. We need to know that it was a priority place for such thing. And we know today that even though there has been centuries, it has not cured. So it's really tough. And we see how it has no logic really. And basically that's, I mean, we cannot be in this state of not doing these things. We on the 21st century. I mean, we are trying to say that this service that it has existed for centuries does not work. This is proven that it doesn't work. That it has never cured anyone. It has only made people inhumane. And this it showed our worst face, our worst possibilities. We cannot be discussing if the asylum is the place. It's not the place. So I mean, this discussion is pointless. We need to move forward. So we already know that this model does not work. What is the possibility of another model that can work? Because no one has tried, this. I don't want to demonize anyone. Those who trying to do it with the resources that they had at that time, the social resources, the financial resources. But today it does not make any sense for us today. So we don't need to bring back the corpses. We don't need to be like looking for fault all the time. It's just move forward. We need to move forward, and we need to look at the past and understand how to do this. And for that, it's important to have many understandings, right? When we look at this as human beings. This is very important to resolve this issue. And what we have been able to learn after all this time is that we are human. And we should be able to treat people with humanity. And this is very important, when we look at, the way we look at things. And this is present. This is present in how we are here. We are here and we are here for this. We see as the system, the health system, social system, prison system, and so many systems. But we cannot alone deal with this. And the point is, how do we use the way that we see this with truth to move in a different manner? And this is what I want to talk to you. It's an experience that we had in Maranhão, and that makes sense, to us to share with you as positive experiences. So these are good experiences that we had, and it's about listening. We want to listen to other people. When we started, we didn't have anything to be able to do this. It's like Pedrinhas, that heads were rolling. We saw this in the news, and there were two judges, Dr. Douglas Mello and Fernando Mendonça, who, Pedrinhas was our biggest jail at that time. And it was extremely difficult. So it forced us to look at a way to look at this, and we are all with something in our hands to try and solve this. And that moment when we were obliged to do this, a problem that we didn't have. And they were completely invisible for us, the health providers, for the justice system, and for the prison system. So they were, and they became visible, and then we could not just say that they were not, right? So at that point was the point that we decided to deal with this. And one thing that we need to do in this process is to convince, I'm from mental health, that I didn't have any connection with asylums or the health system or judiciary, but I had to do this. I had to do this in the AAPs, and I went to Vagne, not really knowing, but willing to listen. And this judge friend of mine, she convinced me. She told me, we have been here for 80 years, and we look at how they don't return to commit more crimes. And we cannot argue against these numbers, right? And we worked through this process, right? So it was not easy. It was really not easy. And this legislation, we see that we had this, so for policy sectors that have rules, legislation, different ways of seeing, like the world. And the justice system was anti-colonial, of course. I think my time is up, huh? Look. So Dr. Fernando Douglas, and the prison system was not against, not in favor, and there were so many differences, and we see where we could be complaining, but anyway, whatever health would tell us, it would be really a process to deal with these things, and this is not the best place for people because they're in the hospital, and we see that there'll be no way to be handled in the hospital. So it was a great turmoil, But then we started to try and listen to one another, not trying to accuse one another. We were not, moving forward, in this process. So we decided to look and try to find that fragility in one and in the other. And we have documents today in Maranhão that were written at least by three people: the prison system, the health system, and the justice system. And the final text was approved by all of us, So, so this is extremely important. The final text was approved by all of us. We have the instruments, to do this. It was discussed. It was approved by all of us. Questions that we asked, and based on the things that would, mean something to the judge, So if that which we were thinking was possible to answer, if we would say that, it would be fine. So you need to say that the person is not dangerous, but we're not gonna say that. No one is gonna actually say that, not a psychologist, not anyone. So how is this gonna be for those who are there? We need a network, of care that involves people, community, everyone, really. So we're going to organize this. We're going to sit and consider this, and we're going to look at this. We're going to see if this project, if it is followed by everyone, if it is followed, it has the minimum possibility to have no return to crime. So as we look at this, we've got like 80 years since we started, and there's not much of a, it's not like it's not even 3 cases or anything, and it was, it was about personality. It was about, how we handle these things, and how we see these patterns, and we see that it was about basically theft. That was the issue, and we see this being done by a hearing with the judge, a network of care, and we would basically, get in that. So, and then we see that if they commit another crime, they would not get this, that, they got. It was a great advantage, really great, maneuver to have this done. So, not considering these options, there was no criminal aspect to this, So, for this process to actually happen, we have we have the information that is necessary for this. The process that we see that we have served like many people, a great amount of people, but we had like things that were important. I need to close this door. I need to qualify this, So we removed 10 people from the hospital, but 20 got in there. So we needed to understand, before we check that, we needed to understand, like how can we analyze this? How can the health team assess this? If there is anything that if the person needs to be hospitalized, if the person does not need it, there's no need to be there and wait for anything. So we started to regulate this, and we would only have people looking to those AAPs. So we need to take care of people. We want to transform a certain hospital into a shelter. So we don't want to do things that are completely not possible, to do for those people. So for these people, it's not that we want to just remove them and that's it. We want to have responsibility with them. They should be able to leave without being harassed just because of the crime that they committed, so this is important. This is important because the family oftentimes cannot handle this, cannot take care of these members. So there are these numbers, there are these people, lives that were changed. So we have a young woman who killed her son. So she went from prison to the hospital. We were able to remove her from the hospital. She was able to start her life again. She was able to get remarried. She was able to take care of her parents until they died. We had another case. The family did not want him anymore. He went to live alone and he became a reference to those people because of how he lived, how he, how he did things, So many cases, really. I mean, the first case that we had that was a very interesting case. I'm gonna call him JR here. And the family could not stay with him. No one could be with him. And we found a place for him. And this father would come periodically to see the child and be with the child. It is possible to transform people's lives. It is possible. But it's necessary to have a network. It's not just health, network. It is necessary to have the help of the judge, in this. When people do not do what they have to do, we need the judge to call for a hearing. Everyone, really. Is it easy to do this? No, it's not easy. It's not easy. It was not easy before. It's not easy now. I mean, we look at this, and to be anti-asylum is easy. It's easy. What is the advantage, really? And to have work, to see this. I mean, it's the idea that, I'm gonna complete my talk here. It's to build something that is, better for all of us. We are indeed interdependent. My son might need some help, it can happen to anyone, and when I do not show the access, then I can be the victim of that too, all of Brazil, and we see that a person is committing a crime, and then we think about how this can, has gotten us, right? We are responsible for this. If I want to live in a safe society, I need to do my part. We are all interdependent. It's not the film of Spider-Man. It's not like what is this? What does this have to do with me? No, I mean I can be the victim, So I need to take care of everyone, and yeah, we need to look at this as our own causes because it is us, We are facing this. So I want to finish my speech by thanking you for being here for this learning opportunity. I want to say congratulations to everyone who thought about this event and planned this event. The challenge is a big challenge, really. It is a challenge that, I mean, the world is interdependent, We cannot think in a different way, There is we are part of everything that happens. This can come to us, I mean, back to us. So let's definitely work on our own causes. That's definitely it. We are humans, and it's from humans to humans. The invitation is this, that we do not give up on ourselves. Because when I give up on somebody, I can pay the price. It's expensive. It's a high price for this. Not only us, but society and the people he loved. So this struggle is a struggle for ourselves. For our own descendants. So I'd like to thank everyone who has fought before us, and we are getting to us here. And let's stay here. Stay here. So for all of us, thank you. Thank you.
Professor Jeanette, we are sorry for the short time we all have because the experience you have and now you're sharing with us, your experience there in Maranhão, and which is a lot about the participation of judges as well to understand situations, and from it, this confluence, the not criticism, but to consider also this. Thank you very much, Professor Jeanette, for your speech. And now Professor Akemi needs 2 minutes to complement something which is really relevant in her speech. Thank you. I was so nervous about the time that I forgot something really important. I would like to talk about some resources we have. There is a guide, the WHO guide on orientations about community services and mental health. It was translated into Portuguese. It was launched. It is available on the internet. This document and different modules are guidelines for community services for mental health, the promotion of approaches centered in people based on the rights, and there are some modules, some other guidebooks with specific issues, so in hospitals, mobile services in the community, also those support homes for these, also mental health services for attention to crisis, also support for the parents, integrated networks for mental health services. So different models, many good practices, many successful experiences from different countries in the world. Obviously, these are general guidelines that have to be customized according to the territory, different cities, but there are many good elements for us to think and about these anti-asylum services based on the community, with approaches centered in people, based on the recovery approach, and also with a human rights perspective. Facing coercive practices, fostering the participation, community inclusion, and this recovery approach based on human rights. And I would also like to highlight the initiative to the right, the quality rights, that can also help thinking about these services and structure these services of mental health with quality. Thank you, Professor Akemi. And now to continue, we are going to listen to Dr. Lúcio Costa. He is a psychologist, psychoanalyst, analyst, a master in communities in the Federal University of São Carlos. He was a coordinator of human rights and mental health in the Secretariat of, in the presidency, the Federal Secretariat, and also the executive director of this institute. Professor Dr. Luis Costa, the floor is yours. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to say it's a big satisfaction to be here in this event to celebrate, which offers us the resolution of the National Council of Justice. I think it's important to recognize, on behalf of Professor Fred, that is leading CMF and CNJ for this Department of Inspection, who I had the pleasure to work with him from the moment he started with us, and this journey has big advances. The outcome is really good. like the publication of this resolution. So when I heard the event was in Curitiba, this called my attention. I think it's really symbolic that we are here in this state. Né? So thanks for the Court of Justice to accept this challenge to produce, né, to hold this debate, né, which is so important for the public health here in Brazil, né, discussing how to produce public health. So this event brings together this series of perspectives. And I will do, sorry, né, but I would like to approach all the topics, and for it I will have to speak a little bit fast in order to cover all these that I prepared. And I would like to start by benefiting from the presence of the Ministry of Health here in the table, in our panel. I think it's important at this moment try to look at these and obviously submit to analysis of the Department of Mental Health this possibility, which now I'm going to say. But in 2011, I reached there in the Ministry of Health to work with the National Coordination of Prison Health. And when I got there, my job was to produce this EAP, so I participated on writing this for the anti-asylum for people kept in asylums. And at that moment, I think the Secretariat is not here anymore, but the Secretariat, the fundamental role of the press in that year, 2011, 2012, there was a series of repercussion, disclosure on this, and this, the Secretariat invited, I think Marlene is not here, Marlene was the general coordinator of prison health there, and he asked for the priority for the aiming at this process of desinstitutionalization. And I think it's worth thinking about it, but initially this would be incorporated by this, it wouldn't be from the coordination, the general coordination would decide for the content of it, and the EAPs would be vinculated to the other due to the capacity, a decree, to the capacity of the resource that the old coordination of mental health had. And finally, it was decided that the EAPs would be, if we can call, in charge of the coordination of prison health. So the suggestion that I would like to leave, because then we had to write this decree, is that the Department now of Mental Health could re-evaluate the possibility of bringing these EAPs to the Department of Mental Health. Today, these EAPs are at DAP, the Department of Basic Attention, as well as the General Coordination of Prison Health was extinct from the Ministry of Health. Today is just lying there. So what I think it's also important that the Ministry of Health pay attention to it, because a general coordination of prison health was something important, was a way to maybe see this the structure of a perspective to reach this prison system in Brazil, but it was extinct, and also the EAPs were changed, and people who work there now in this Department of Basic Attention, the EAPs are suffocated. So I think it's an opportunity and of course a suggestion here for the department to evaluate the possibility to integrate this to the mental health department. I think this is an important point that I would like to contribute here, considering also the historical process of it. And also another point that I would like to bring for discussion on try to go a little bit deeper in some perspectives, especially on the narratives, né? Especially doctors, né? Physicians have made in order to try to, I don't know what adjective I use, né? But try to block, né? Or provoke, né, this resolution published by the National Council of Justice. These are arguments. I think it's there is counter arguments for it, because most of the arguments are really shallow, are really fragile. Yesterday, Mario Moro said that I would like to reinforce this, that mental health is not something for psychologists, doctors, nurses, social assistants, but mental health overall is talking about citizenship, human rights, like Janete showed, né, what we live as a society, how do we relate, né, to each other in a more connected way. But some institutions have tried now with fragile arguments to take this debate to the technical field, né? And I think we also have to go to this technical field to destroy these narratives, né? Because they confuse public opinion, né? They do not discuss the content of the resolution that was approved by the National Council of Justice. And as a starting point, I would like to bring a perspective that will guide our look on these things, which in Brazil, nobody can be uh, forced to treat from anything. This is a perspective. I think we can start from it. You know, in Brazil, nobody is demanded to treat anything. There is a constitution, health conceived as a right of the citizen, and a duty to the state. It's not the opposite. People do not, they can be treated, and the state offers services in order to do this. Is a rule. But as every other rule has its exceptions, we have a specific situation when the subject is obligated to treat, né? And this is when this person is sent to this prison system, né? Because we understand this as a measure of treatment, and this is a specific intervention, a very specific context where the judiciary determines that the person has to treat themselves. Is it any kind of treatment, or can this treatment be done anyway? Of course not, né? Because there are some norms that talk about ensuring the rights of people who suffer from mental disorders, né? Have they an act of so it's not any kind of treatment because there is legal apparatus for it. This is the point, né? So the resolution, I don't know if anyone is aware of it, but there is a project of a legislative decree trying to innovate, né? Which this is an initiative of the parliament to do so. And one of the arguments is that they say that the resolution creates something new. They invade the space of the parliament, which is wrong, né? Because the resolution is a translation. It is a set of legislations that were approved, né? Law 10216, the Convention on Persons with Disabilities, né? That was approved in 2009. The Brazilian Law of Inclusion, approved in 2015, as well as Law, né? 10216 from 2001. So this is the first thing, which is because in this resolution, it does not create anything new, it just reproduces a set of normatives, the existing normatives. So I think it's important for us, at least I will try to propose some reflections to us. There is a narrative, né? People fear, né? How to say? People are afraid. This is very common for people who do not commit any crime. This association of insanity with like a risk, né? So it consolidates this perspective of a risk. But it's interesting to think because there was a situation I started at APP in the psychiatric treatment there in the District Federal for an inspection and talking with the director. We were going through the wards there, and the director showed someone in the patio and said, that one, if he goes to the street, né, he will kill. This person can never be inserted back to society, no? And I remember that I asked her, that said, that's interesting, why is he here? And how long is he here? He said approximately 10 years. And then I asked her, how many people did he kill here? And he said nobody, and she said nobody. So you see, the risk, the idea that the person is going to commit a crime is an idea like a prediction, and there is no scientific reason for that. So scientifically, we cannot affirm that any of us will never commit a crime. Scientifically, we cannot say that someone is going to commit a crime. So the narratives, trying to associate the risk of this person is that this Janette brings an important element. I suggest you to visit this place. I think Dr. Caetano is here. I don't like to, but he will certainly welcome you all, now, every one of you who are interested in knowing this place. I was there in 2012 studying my master degree, and Janette has very important information about relapse, né? So the rate of relapse is of more than 40%. So if we look for the program there in Minas Gerais, we see that it is not significant. So getting to know these programs, this is really important because it brings many important information, no? But saying that the person is going to commit a crime, there is no legal embasement for it. And I think that it's also important for us to think, not to try to understand about psychology or psychiatry, but there is something that we have to pay attention to, né? Psychiatry, as any other knowledge, but psychiatry in special is it's not, we do not look the body for diagnosis. Psychiatry has a clinical interpretation, but not, it's not a body exam, I would say. It's understanding. I think it's important to highlight that. And during the inspection, I had the opportunity to be there in the national coordination for inspection of the asylums, in the national coordination when I was there as a specialist. And I found a person there that had 15 different diagnoses. So, and it's important to mention that because sometimes there is a narrative from the medical institution and another asylum that we inspected also in the federal district. The Brazilian Association of Psychiatry and the Regional Council of Medicine and the Secretariat of Health, we had this inspection of the asylum. We had a report asking to close that asylum and this group. These institutions, they had, they were saying that there were no psychiatrists there in order to, so this idea of hegemony or what is more important in the field of mental health, it's important, of course, but they cannot, that there is no hierarchy over the others. There are many things that happen, for example, without the participation of occupational therapy or social service, sometimes psychologists, because that is the dynamic. There is no one can say how should mental health be treated. So it's important now to understand this place because they sat on this chair, like So, how does it correspond to the hegemony, né? Psychology itself was born in Brazil as a tool to try to adapt people. This was in the factories and school trying to adequate people to a more hegemonic kind of a mindset. And but i- i- part of it is all based on an idea of hegemony, né, that has intolerance, the absence of diversity, né, and all a construction of a project of society which is definitely not ours because it's not plural, né, which is totally different from ours, but they are seen this way because they still serve these logics, né? So it's important to highlight that as well. And then another aspect which is really relevant, who these people are.
There is a narrative that tries to confuse people, saying that those who murder people in like serial killers will be released, that pedophiles will be released, that rapists will be released. And these are simple narratives, and the simplicity of narrative confuses people. And we want to build a simple argument without being like this, as superficial as this, you know. And for sure they are wrong. We can be generous to say that they are wrong. We don't want to say that they are intentionally evil or anything. But anyone who considers this, um, we need to be capable of. If the person was capable of planning the crime, that's a big deal, right? When somebody who suffers, psychotic issues, this is a profile of people. So it's different from somebody who plans a crime. So we see people who who we have seen, those who go to a school like a primary school and commit terrorism in a school. I mean, this is really what we hear, that this is gonna be for them. I mean, whoever plans their act is not psychotic, somebody outside of reality. Somebody who commits who's a serial killer has the capacity and the opportunity to plan their action. Somebody who does a terrorist attack is also somebody who plans their action. Even if they have a mental illness, even considering that, despite that, this person will actually serve that sentence as a security measure. It is important to mention this. It's different from a person who goes who loses their mind. Let's put it this way. So, I mean, we try to remember Douglas Martins in Maranhão, as Jeanette brought to us. I mean, this is an interesting case that we heard once of a police officer in Rio de Janeiro who made a complaint about militia, and he was being persecuted. So, and because of this fear of being persecuted, he became paranoid. So he was already packing heat, and he got to a point where he would have a gun below his pillow every night. So in this episode, a son enters the car in a very swift manner, and he picks up the gun and he kills his own son. So the safety measure will have to consider these issues, and they are similar to this, the moment, an action that because of a crisis it happens, So this narrative of serial killers or anything, this is not correct. This is not the reality. There's no credibility to this. Another point, that because my time is up here, when we look at the medical entities, they have such simplicity, of narrative, and the network is not enough to serve these people. It's interesting when John brings this, scenario of how things are done. It's clear that we need to move. It's clear that we need to do these things. It's and then, but we hear a narrative. We hear that, for example, there was an interview for Metropolis newspaper, and they were saying that the medical entity cannot absorb this demand. And I was thinking, how can you say that? With what argument are you saying this? They should be able to show a study. And this, has a secondary point to this resolution, which is, the dialogue of everything that gets done, and this results in the strengthening of this network, in this territory. And it's not just somebody, like that who becomes part of this. It is something that we really need to consider and understand, So what is the parameter for that? Why are we saying this? So I'm getting to the end of my presentation because I'm out of time. There's one thing that I have to say, which is just looking at the debate by Dr. Patricia, as a representative of a medical institution. I mean, they wanted to mention the Kadu case, who who killed Glauco, the cartoonist, and to consider this, like Kadu's case is an example of how the strategy should be considered, because Kadu at a specific moment deviates from reality because of substances, because of a religious affiliation, and he kills Glauco. There's a safety measure. He is brought here in Paraná, then he goes to Goiás. So then Cadu stays in this safety measure. He goes through treatment and then he leaves. Then he commits a second crime. This second crime was planned, so he waits for the person to come back. He goes, he robs that person and kills that person. For this crime, he does not have any safety measure, and of course, because he planned this crime. So Kadu's case is one that, like he made it so. I mean, he had the conditions to plan a crime such as this, which is tragic, of course, but in terms of treatment, this narrative that Kadu's case is an example is not really. So there are more things that I should be saying, but if there's an opportunity for debate after, we can talk about it. Thank you then. Thank you, Dr. Lucia. This element of psychiatrics and psychology comes to it's an inevitable situation, so we have a field of discussion, right? So the last will be the first, theoretically, because what happens is that we have used more time than we should have. They have told me that we need to finish this as soon as possible so we do not, delay other activities and the closing of this event, which will be later today. I am sorry to say that Dr. Rodrigo and Dr. Fernanda, what we managed, let's try to do the 15 minutes because otherwise we were going to be removed from here. So Dr. Rodrigo Alves Zanetti, he's a prosecutor and he is now Regional Defense of Human Rights in the state of Paraná. He's a member of group work for indigenous communities for the state. Thank you. Well, good afternoon, everyone. I greet all speakers. Judge Sunita, I thank you for this invitation. CNJ for Paraná's court, and this is a very relevant topic for discussion. I'd like to mention something when it comes to this legislation. I know that much has been said, but I'll be brief. Not only this happened, the reform happened in 2001. This was mentioned repeatedly. We know the rights of those of people with disabilities. This was done by the Brazilian state in 2009, and this is another legislation that was approved. Looking at the 5th article of 3rd paragraph of the Brazilian Constitution, as we have this as a constitutional norm. Since 2009, this legislation has existed in our country, and from the existence of these legislations, I mean, we have this question that is asked: why effectively this has not been yet done in our country, put into practice in our country? So we see that this policy is still what is predominant. So there are a few things that we need to consider when it comes to that. So first, it is difficult to change something, a social phenomenon, in an instant manner just because we passed a law, right? So we know that legislation is able to change. We hear that legislation is able to change things, but we know the reality is different. We need a wholesome attitude to be able to bring about such changes, so that we can end this paradigm of incarcerating these people, and have respect for human rights, integration to the public health system, social assistance, and also integration of these people in their communities. Also, it is interesting to mention that this public policy might not have been implemented in reality, but we defend human rights. We cannot lose our strength. We need to be resilient, because that's how human rights are, put into effect. This is the history of human rights. We can recall that Martin Luther King in Washington, in the United States, he organized this peaceful protest to put rights into effect, and he didn't want anything new. He just wanted to be done. So this comes from this struggle, this comes like this, and we see how this is a anti-asylum effort, right? So we see that to make this happen, when we see a number of resolutions since the beginning of the 21st century, we need the legislative and the executive to embrace this cause, because what we find in the judiciary system are arguments that are like bureaucracy arguments, and it's the lack of resources connected to this sort of public policy for the investment on such work. So what we have found in this sense, it is very important to make these things concrete. We know that psychosocial elements are extremely important. We want this to be as much as possible, brought to existence. And we see residential services, we see therapeutical services. We know how this goes, and this makes our work easier. Something that we see in terms of exam, for the routine of exams and everything that we do. I'm trying to make my speech as quick as possible. And then what happens is that there's a document that was established and based on the government transition. We know that there was a lot of setbacks. So we know, I mean, 3 points that have to do with we look of community therapeutic communities and how we see the system being put together for the to tackle, for example, drug abuse and other elements of mental health, things that are considered important for human rights. And here I'd like to bring this to our own and to speak about this situation. We know that the people who are with us, they are considered hyper vulnerable people. They are crossed by a series of situations that cause this state of vulnerability. We know that for them, they still suffer because of a lack of income. They do not have, family ties, solid family ties, and oftentimes they don't even have a place to live. So in the state of Paraná, we have people who have, gone through the safety measure. They have been able to have their freedom. They do have an order from the justice system to leave the prison system, but they're still there. They're still there for a perpetual term. I think it was the first debate, the first panel. We see that these people are not protected by the Constitution. We see that there is degrading treatment, and we see how this is a big deal. How they stay there, right? So when it comes to this element in the state of Paraná, and I congratulate everyone for this. Is the idea of decentralization of such efforts. So this has to do with the legal aspect of this, the social aspect of this, the political association aspect of this. I'd like to highlight 2 points here. First is the aspect of documents. The other one is the idea of obtaining income. So we have spoken with other public entities, and we have spoken with the cities for the sake of getting, to these areas and to update these individuals and to make sure that these people have the documentation that is necessary for their citizenship to be fulfilled, and enjoyed. And we are trying to do this in a way to make sure that there is a group of people working on this so that these people can, not only benefit, but to have a minimum income so that can take the first step, towards autonomy, towards, dignity. When it comes to these people that I have mentioned, even though there is a judge order, and we see that there must be a service that is capable of absorbing them. We have a civil act since 2012 with a favorable sentence asking these people to be moved to in-house therapeutic care. This was favorable, the fourth region confirming this. We're trying to just make this happen, right? Fulfill the law. Until today, we have not had any answer on this.
There are some people who were sent to their residencies with more therapeutical services, but these services are not cannot absorb the flow, né, of the people who are leaving the prison system. So while we do not close the entrance door, there will be a bottleneck, and these people will be they will keep suffering this series of a human rights violation that we have seen. And the sentence would determine that the services were implemented in 1 year. And it has been more than 8 years and nothing happened so far. So I think that even though we have here in the justice system some uh, judiciary decisions, judiciary actions, from the public um, ministry, but these demands for political willing, political articulation. It demands especially for resources that are guided, that are used for people who suffer from mental disorders, that need to be inserted back to the community. This cannot be done without this, without public resources. I'm going to hand it over to you, and we hope that this seminar we had good news, that there will be the protocol of intentions that will be signed here, to make this psychiatry reform and this anti-asylum. There will be a protocol that will be signed because there has been more than 20 years that these people have been suffering from this situation. So we really need to turn this page and start a process of communitary attention with integration, inters. And now I would like to conclude by thanking once again for the invitation. Thank you, Dr. Rodrigo. Now closing this. Dr. Fernanda will close this panel. She's a psychologist in the Federal University of Rio, a specialist in access to health, and also an institute of Fiocruz, a master student at the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro, an analyst of social policies from the Ministry of Health, and now the coordinator for the Commission for the 5th Conference on Mental Health. Dr. Fernanda, we here would like to pick your brains in no more than 15 minutes, okay? 15 minutes. Please, the floor is yours. So good afternoon. Thank you, Joselito. I would like to thank for the opportunity to participate in GT from CNH, from Mendes Lopes, and also share this learning process. I will try to be as brief as I can on the reflections on this panel, the perspectives for an anti-asylum policy. I was taking notes, everyone's contribution, all the panelists. I hoped I could take from it as a moderator. I will try to do this in a minute. I think it's really important, this perspective of the planification of mental health, having in mind that we work to build the state policy for a long time. So when we talk about this interface, these dates back, it has been a long time that we have been working with that. Also, besides the fantastic explanation on the institutionalization and many, it's important to mention also our law 10216, and I would add in this panel, as it is about inclusion, also the Brazilian law on inclusion. There is an article there that talks about it, so that the person is forced to treatment. So Now we are going to retake this, to resume, né, to consider this Article 11 of the Brazilian Law of Inclusion. It's also important, né, Kenya mentioned, né, the inclusion, autonomy, participation, and belonging, né? I have to talk about it as a coordinator on the fifth conference on mental health that will take place will happen in October 2023. And I would like to say that this topic is of big interest to our conference, né? So the national conferences on health are the events, né? The biggest events with social participation. We are going to have a specific conference for mental health. So I hope this event will potentialize the answers in the form of public policies, né? Between health and justice. And also Dr. Janette, né? Many important contributions, but I would like to highlight the experience of forums, né? Of EAPs, and more than that, the technology of intersectoral forums, because for complex problems, we need complex answers, intersectorial and also interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary, transdisciplinary. I'm not going to explain the difference of these words, but to sum up, né, it's to make sure that each operator, either from the law or health, we will not be able to build solutions. We need a composition, né, of answers to complex questions. Even though some people say, oh, it's a lack of time, it's another commitment, actually, when we get together, we have a more advanced kind of understanding, putting together different specialities, different sectors, né? And when faced by a concrete situation, we have more serenity, we have more respect to the rights of everyone we treat, either when it comes to justice or other sectors, and also something that I cannot say so briefly, which is our responsibility with what we produce as public sector, either for the good or for the bad, né? And the cost of it, and how long it takes, né? Because it has a cost in terms of life and also a financial cost, né? It is that would put our progress, né, behind. Lucio said so many things, but you know, not forcing anyone to treat. Né? The next panel will talk about this problem in more detail. And Rodrigo mentions the vulnerabilities, including not having the access, né, to household. In concrete cases, we see people who have their network, no supporting net, no social support in situations of extreme vulnerability, and this absence of a place to live is a problem, né? When we think about network prospection. So what do we have in terms of policies, ongoing policies, implemented policies, and what can we ensure from now on? Now I'm going to speed up because time is short. And just to resume, the participation, it's important to say that participation is not only thinking about the fifth conference now of mental health. We work for the proposition of guidelines, but the participation is much more than that. We also think about several devices, forums, which are not spaces for us to imagine that are only for the technicians, but also for civil society, organized society, so we can build answers not only for people, but with people. And it's also important to keep in mind not only the macro aspect, by micro, micro politics, so directing tension, everyone, case by case, so participation, when we think about the construction of therapeutical systems. So every time it's important to listen people, né? It's important to listen these people who we are talking about. And we have to listen to what people say, what their needs are, what their agonies are, so we can actually build participative policies. So I would also like to bring a reflection, this agenda now of the interface, the justice interface. We think about solutions, né? So entrance doors, but with time we were forced to think the program of the asylums, né? And how to end and overcome the problem of asylums. But I would like to invite to think from the network, né? As I am a worker, né? I have been working for 10 years with that. I bring this point of view, né? To think from the intersectoral network and also positive agendas, né? To organize the network, such as the forums. This is why I highlighted it in your speech. And also the positive agendas in terms of dimension, né? And participation. I had a concrete case. I have a presentation, even though it's not being shown, but it is a concrete case in Rio de Janeiro for the application of the resolution. We had this concrete case that helped us to reach a solution of the whole process in 80 days, which is amazing. And I have here as a premise to our reflection the complexity of a concrete case is about how the public power is organized to produce the answers as public policies and also actions. In the same way, now I would like to propose this complexity comes from clinical cases, even though we consider a clinical case or a situation of conflict with law, that has to be seen case by case. This premise will help us to think our responsibility in order to produce complex responses for the intersectoral network. I don't know how much time I have. In the municipality of São Peão da Aldeia, there was a young man who was, before a situation of a conflict with the law, he was an absence of participation of the father, constant problems with his mother and his partner, and the protagonist asks to sleep in the hospital, né? He was not using his medication, né? Which is a situation of vulnerability. He tries to enroll, né, in the institution of education all by himself, né? So the person is trying to do something to strengthen something to produce life, so that he had this perspective, and somewhere he accepts he was a volunteer to be sent to the asylum. And when in his family he was arrested after an episode of aggression with his mom. So there was the situation of violence in his house, and then they needed to. This is the first factor. There is a dialogue between the HAPIS, the policy of mental health, the mental health coordination, the Secretariat of Health, with this, with the judiciary, because I don't see this happening much, and this interrelation is fundamental for the solution of this case in 80 days. after this episode, né, that he was sent to the prison system, we generated someone that was being followed, né, in the network, né, to be sent to the prison, not to the network, né. At this moment, we have another loss, né, because he got a disease there, né, so it is a failure, né? So the case got even more complex because of the response of the. So it's something that I think public institutions are not able to give a proper treatment to this, no? I will try to make this case shorter because of the time, but it involves the judges, prosecutors, public defenders, involves also SEAP, which is the Secretariat of Prison Administration. There is a psychologist who works in this interface, also a technician. There is the whole mental health system of the municipality, né? The workers there at CAPES, SRD, to try to solve this case. We were able to avoid, né, after this time of that he was there in the prison system, so he was not in the HCTP, he was in prison. There was this problem, but somehow with the intervention of the mental health network, we were able to allow him not to continue there. And then we used this article, this resolution of the CNJ, and with this argument, we could fix this. We, the protagonists of the story, could fix this. So this man was kept in SRT, which is a facility for people who are there for more than 2 years, but he was there temporarily to avoid a worse situation. So every time it was necessary to have a PTS design, this person was, so he was always part of the process to build this PTS. And I'm going now to be brief because I know I need to conclude, but we could extract some learnings from it, from this concrete case that happened there in Rio. First, the celerity. So this network that has to provide human care, and this intersector network avoided the continuity of this guy being kept there in asylum, and also the damage generated by this institutionalization. So it's important to keep in mind what the policies are for the damages that are caused to people who are forced to stay there in the asylums in places that completely violates human rights. So the closest we have is PVC, Programa Voltar para Casa. It's 500, per person. I brought the figures of it, of how many people received this benefit. But the thing is this, there is no data, no research that shows very objectively what the cost of keeping someone in an asylum is. And it will be important in order to move further with this. What's the cost of it? At least in terms of having to broaden this network, the offer of public services, and also the cost of assistance. Even though I'm not a representative, I don't work with that, but we work together, these two departments. So here is another, it's a provoking thought. What is the cost of it for the life of the person and the person's family in terms of human care? What the cost is for the public power, also the budget to structure this network.
Finally, in this case, we saw the use of CRT, which is not a device for this sort of situation. I mean, we should think about, we should think about when we bring the topic of ending these institutions, we need to also talk about the fact of these people leaving these institutions as quick as possible. So these are devices of the health system for such situations where people are vulnerable. Am I saying that this is the only device for that? No, but we need to think of this network, which is the inclusive network, inclusive residence, which we were not able to bring together. However, we see that there is budget for these devices because we see the change, of resources being used to finance other things that could be in other ways, managing things in ways to help our agenda. But anyway, this is what I wanted to offer everyone. Every one of us, we are involved in this, right? In this agenda. I mean, the judge told me something from this case. She said that the coordinator for mental health, she leaves this electric mark. This means that all agents are supposed to be part of the solution, that we should, be able to count on one another. So I have the hope to move forward, and I have the hope to really make sure that everyone is involved, doing things, providing answers for every case that we find, moving forward. Thank you. Dr. Fernanda, thank you. I feel that we had little time to do this, but you spoke in a brilliant manner, and you were able to do this in a very good way. I'd like to thank those who are here, presently, also on YouTube, online, everyone who is part of this work, and I mean, agents. And this is extremely important. I'm very thankful I ask everyone to applaud now. And now this panel is finished. Thank you. We appreciate our mediator, and now we're gonna do a coffee break, a 10-minute coffee break, so we can continue and move to the next panel that should begin at 4:30. Yeah, thank you. Secondaries. We're going to begin in a few moments. Okay, so now we're going to begin the eighth panel. The president of this panel is Lina Jihad Fakin. The moderator is Machado Miranda. Our lecturer is Luis Fernando Libre. Prosecutor from the state of Goiás, Dr. Haroldo Caetano. Public lawyer, Dr. Patricia Magno from Rio de Janeiro. Dr. Daniel Adolfo Assis. Our lecturers will speak about the role of justice system in the psychiatric reform, and this was a CNJ decision that constituted an anti-asylum policy from the judiciary system. Now we'd like to call Dr. Bellina, please. Good afternoon, everyone. It is a joy and an honor to be part of this panel, to lead this panel in such an important event. This is the first international seminar for mental health. It is managed and directed by CNJ, by the Department of Inspection. This is a very important work for this topic from CNJ, thinking of the responsibility of the justice system in such a reform. So this topic is important for the sake of it's connected to the Inter-American American Court for Human Rights, thinking of how to articulate this work in a transdisciplinary manner for the effect of human right and integrated with these topics related to mental health. So it's an honor really to be part of this initiative. So our panel will include the first point, which is Dr. Marine Magno, from a public lawyer from Rio de Janeiro. She has a doctorate degree in law from the State University of Rio de Janeiro. And she's also a researcher connected to the Laboratory of Human Rights. It's a pleasure to listen to you, Doctor, and I apologize to everyone who will speak for having to alert you of time, because we have a limited time, 15 minutes per person. Okay. Thank you, Professor Melina. It's an honor to be here. I greet everyone here. I mean, it's important to control time, right? So we can allow for more people to speak, right? Anyway, I would like to show you a presentation that I'm sharing here with you. The topic here that is important for all of us here is the role of the justice system in the reform in the 487 resolution. And this is important for the justice system to regulate asylum, the ending of asylum. So we see, oh, thank you. We see that it is important to understand how this became part of, even though you haven't participated, Professor Dr. Melina, you can see how this is a case that is important in these 20 minutes. Now 18 minutes I will divide in 3 parts. The case itself, because we need to speak of it, the unit of inspection from the system justice, and this is important for international justice and internal law. So we can talk about the protection of human life, and to present also the resolution from CNJ for the commitment and the realization of this of every commitment that the state of Brazil established. And first, we should begin by why. Why GT Ximenez Lopez? This person, Damian Ximenez Lopez, died when he was 30 years of age, the, the year 1999, 3 days after he was hospitalized in Guararapes, Sobral, Ceará. This woman is the oldest sister of Damian, and she was breastfeeding her baby when Damian was beaten up in this hospital, and she swore over his coffin. The death certificate showed the cause of death, not what actually happened, and those were visible marks, even to someone who does not have knowledge. And we all know now that he suffered torture. Everything is written on the sentence of this case. We can all read it. She swears that she's not going to rest until she finds this level of justice for this. And what happens was, after that, she could not breastfeed her child anymore, and she was able to transform this case into a public case. I recommend this case as a study case. It's really interesting. And she was the only one who had dial-up internet in her city. Do you guys remember this? And she discovered on the internet that she could send something, a letter, to the Inter-American Court of Human Rights, and it went through the stages of merit, and then the commission sends the case to the court, and that the Brazilian state, in its exercise, actually accepted. So in 2006, we see the first sentence of the Brazilian state. I would like to highlight that while this was happening, the project of the law that was considered, that was approved, and we see the new law, and we see that this appears in the sentence. In the sentence, it has the registration of those who represent the Brazilian state, and those who were part of this, they were testimonies of how this was, right? Considering the law 2001. Within these reparations and determinations of this case, there was a determination that this care for life, with this line of thought, which is not about, hospitalization, was a guideline for that. And here you see at the end of the image, you see caps those, you see how this is so important. And what happens after the sentence? While every part of this was considered accomplished, this is actually left in its place. And then there was a moment in a hearing. The CNJ took the commitment to promote complementary elements to this one determined in this paragraph of the sentence. So this shows us this commitment, and it creates GT Ximenez Lopez, that with the final consideration of this case, everyone who was part of this contributed to this project, and we produced through this commitment for the sake of managing, the justice system, looking at how we would produce this level of care, not the fantasy of care that is torture and that produces death. This is the one that Ximenez Lopez exemplifies. So this is very important, and it brings together international law and domestic law and produces responsibility for every agent, really. So for everyone in the justice system, for everyone in all levels of the law in the country, considering international guidelines, it happens that yes, the Brazilian state can be really you know this is not a case that I want to mention just for the sake of mental health, but especially how the international Inter-American Human Rights Court has considered, for example, the protection, legal protection, right? And we see that the main responsibility is with judges, who are there, and it was recognized to have been considered in all elements that, that was done in the human rights department. We are all responsible for this, basically. And we are those who can make these decisions. It's important for this to be clear. It's important for this, whoever we are, to get into the state building and see my name exposed for the sake of reparation, because in that case it was recognized that there was violation of human rights for the correct defense because they did not act correctly. So I believe that everyone agrees with this. Everyone who is here agrees when it comes to the responsibility of the Brazilian state to have had any sort of action that would violate these commandments, So this exists. You can research. You can research and you will see that there are many situations like this one. So even though in 2006, the sentence is much more recent, when it comes to José Pinto Torres, it's an example of an interpretation that was done for this. So when it comes to international law, when it comes to all of these, I mean, we are all connected to these decisions. And we need to be part of this, right? And we need to know what was done, and we need to know exactly what institution was there. We cannot have more cases like Ximenez Lopez because of the omission of the state. C&J and public policy. So this is how I'm going to finish my speech. This is a spectacular reference to a great text from these professors on the recognition of the right to development from this sector, and it means that C&J, as the administrative court, has the the the, the duty really to produce its necessary tasks. And this is one aspect of the right of citizens, of every human being has to the justice system. This is not just important for the Brazilian state and for every citizen in Brazil for having, the possibility to be part of a society. And then we see that basically we see that we see that there's a lot of vulnerability, and we see the right and the duty of the state to look at public policies in order for this not to happen anymore. So when we see this, when we look at all agents, we know that CNJ is fulfilling these things and these colorful. You see that Agenda 2030, these colorful tags, right? To produce, what is necessary. So this is what I want to highlight for you here. That this resolution 487 is bringing a public policy in the justice system connected to the World Health Organization. And we see that this is care, the care for everything, right? And we see that this is the determination of a way to make sure that all of Brazil has experiences that were done and were documented for these safety measures in 2011. And this was made reference to, and this I bring again. I understand that we have that everything in the resolution 487 is answering to this. So this is very important, It's very important to show that no one is inventing the wheel or something. We need to create these networks. We need to look at this territory. We need to look at these networks for the national health system to be able to bring these things together. And this is what is the therapeutic singular work. So as we are looking at this, as we are considering what the Ministry of Health looks into, and we see that there should be something there, justice system, because we understand that we need to do network, we need to have dialogue, we need to have a project, right? For whom? For where? For this territory. Who is this person? What does this person do? And how do we document this, right? This is what we need to consider in as far as these initial words, right? And I'm available to speak with you. In my last 3 minutes, I want to share with you the experience that I have as a public defender in Rio de Janeiro. Oh, I shut it down. Sorry. Oh, okay. Sorry for that. 30 seconds, huh? So anyway, I wanted to share that we have, come to look at this, and we have spoken with professionals. We have, I have worked with this, for like 10 years, right? We have spoken with so many professionals, judges, prosecutors, and we have thought of and designed a way to replace this concept of danger that leaves people in a state that is awful, right? So we see that for psychosocial analysis. So basically, because of that, we have ended this examination, and we have replaced this experience for another experience for a professional examination, and this is done in a way that it's the same planet, and these were done, and these were we had hearings with all of these agents who are part of this process, and we decide in as a group if the person will be removed from hospitalization. But the dream, of course, is not to even have such a experience, obviously. So when you look at hospitalization, we see that as it is seen basically in how we deal with things, in how we see the international experiences. I really appreciate everyone for their attention. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Patricia, for your important sharing when it comes to this topic. As we see GT Ximenez Lopez. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Luis Fernando Neo Correa, Master and Doctor in International Law, Master in University of Coimbra, Portugal, Judge in the state of Minas Gerais, currently designated to answer for the execution of safety measures. Dr. Luis Fernando, please. Thank you. It is great to be here with you. I would like to greet everyone who is here, all my colleagues. And when we look at the role of the justice system in this reform, we understand that a good way to begin, especially when we have this new resolution 487, is to analyze how this law is considered. So I have prepared a presentation and I'll ask you to share. In in this we see there the policy, the anti-asylum policy. So we see this, and we also see the purpose for such policy. And the purpose really is to look at people with disabilities. And this is an interesting idea. What is necessary for the context of this conviction when it comes to people with disabilities? What we find here, considered, it was the social model, the model which is focused on human rights. And this model disconnects with other models. That is the idea of the model of predictability. And what is this model? Well, society understands that a person with disability has nothing to specifically approach in society, and they can live outside of society. They do not have a place in society. I believe the presentation is not there, right? Anyway, I think it's not connected really. Okay, now we can do this because yeah, I'm out of time, huh? It's tough, huh? So when we look at this model, we understand that society looks at this for the people with disabilities, and this model is connected to the stigma to this that is sometimes considering people in such situations as dangerous. But these two topics have been considered in different occasions this event. And what is interesting when we look at this is the exclusion of people, especially those people who have any sort of deficiency. And this is important when we look at these spaces. The Hungarian government reminds us of in his work. He criticizes these absolute institutions, and it's important to look at these ideas. And we, regardless of the name that we use, it is necessary to see if it is what it says it is. So if it is about taking care of people, or just get have people to storage as storage. So basically we see that there is this individual that is not considered. And I have heard of Lina Barreto, and I cannot help but remember that he was there more than once in the hospital, and his words were very important, because it's very clear, to look at the effect that it has to people. Guimarães Rosa also mentions this. I know that it has been mentioned before. He has an interesting story. That is a story of a man takes his mum, his daughter, to that to be taken to a place of what at that time would be called crazy people, and he had the opportunity to serve, and he knew how to deal with these things. And what catches our attention in this element, in this point, is first that he knew that he was taking his mom and his daughter there, and then that they would not be back from that. Another important point is that those people who saw that, they considered it to be normal. They considered it to be a normal action. So they understood that as normal and acceptable. So yesterday, when I heard some of you questioning, what we as the justice system was doing while this tragedy was happening in the colony hospital, the question is bigger than that. It's about the society of the time. The society of the time would accept this. So when I bring this topic in Minas Gerais, I bring this and we consider if there's anyone who has had a family member, somebody who was in such a place, and they would consider it to be a place for the correct treatment. So we will find out that people had this belief, people were taken for extermination. So in this model of prescindability is the idea of this terminology that was brought into existence by Francis Galton, the Englishman, and actually it had a vast territory of use in the United States, especially after a case that was Buck versus Bell, 1927. She was a young individual with intellectual disability, and the narrative is that her mom also. The idea was to go to the Supreme Court and ask if it would be possible to sterilize Thierry. And this case was judged, and it received the vote of Judge Romes, and it brings this idea of what was happening at that time, the idea of incapacity or danger. It is better for everyone that instead of having a child that will come for crime or considering their incapacity to live in society, and society cannot let society. The judge said that society cannot let it be this way. So this was 8 versus 1, right? So 8 votes against 1. So when we look at this, we remember the Nazi, right? So it went to the final elements. But in the first months, Hitler came into power in 1933, and he started first by doing 375,000 sterilizations, and after that, he started exterminating people with disabilities. So 300,000 people with disabilities killed, and they were used as tests of this system of gas chambers. The idea that they had was not to commit murder, but to get rid of the bodies. So then here we see that there is this break of the change of everything. We see that when we look at these options, we see that an insane asylum is a place for wasting people, for leaving people outside of society. So with this model, we come to end this dispensability model, and we go to a change of paradigm to a new model. This new model, the idea is that the problem is not in it's in the person, and the person needs to be normalized if the person wants to be integrated into society, not included, but integrated. And this convention, when it comes to the definition of a person with disabilities, it talks about those who have any impediments when it comes to mental, intellectual, interaction with any barrier that could obstruct the person's participation in society. So the focus is moved from one place to another, the interaction between the person and the object that could be making it difficult to include that person in society. So I'd like to highlight the convention because we have heard about the convention, we have heard about this, and we observe the resolution, and we see that this is important. We see the principles of this convention. The main point is this one. Article 3, General Principles, letter C, that says that there should be effective, complete and effective participation and inclusion in society of a person with disabilities. This is a principle, but it is the purpose. Everything else comes from that. And everything else is to guarantee that. So when we look at that, so we see and we should consider that it has everything to do, and it's in complete harmony with this idea of redirection, the redirection of assistance, of health care, and everything else. So it's important to understand then, I mean, as it has been mentioned, we see that the convention is here active, in our country with functional status, and we see that it comes to specifying the rights, the principles, the rules that are applicable to those people with disabilities. And we see that there should be a complete and valid participation in society. Then we go to Article 14, and it talks about what should, how the deprivation of freedom should be considered. It says that these people should not be forbidden freedom. And if it happens, it has to be in accordance with the law. And let's talk about the safety measure. And what is the safety measure? So it means, as a rule, it is a sentence it is a sentence that the judge offers. It says that the individual will not serve the sentence. However, he or she will go through treatment. And how can we look at this in our country, in Brazil? Let me try to be more specific. We're talking about the provision of freedom. So what is the diploma what discipline that looks at these three possibilities of treatment here? Voluntary, involuntary, or the judicial order? This is what comes through the safety measure, and this is the law. So we see that there's no secret in the construction of this, and that's why the legislation has to do with the law and the legislation. So this is a non-chronologic analysis that obeys norms, and the article leaves no doubt. It can only be done with the resources that are understood to be possible. So in the first paragraph, we see the explanation of that. So why is it exceptional to hospitalization? Because the goal of the treatment is to have these people back into society. It is possible, but it is exceptional. It is exceptional. So it is by the power of the law, and it has complete sense when it comes to this idea of the anti-asylum policy. So the third paragraph has already been mentioned here for these devices, and we see that it also establishes the necessity to observe these rights in its own, the only paragraph in the second section. And I'd like to highlight two of these rights. The first is to have access to the best treatment. This clarifies really the debate. These people need who are absolved. They have to have the necessary treatment in the national health system, and there's no doubt where is it going to be, right? It cannot be in disagreement with the law, and we don't want to be sitting here to discuss anything that happens when it comes to the committee for those people with disabilities with anything that is in disaccordance with the resolution. So this was mentioned here, the orientation that comes through the committee for these topics and the necessity for the ending of these asylums. And then we see here that when we look at the resolution, and here I'm just looking at this concept from the Article 1213, a a a part of this, and this is already in our law. This is part of what we see, the commitment that we have. The 12th article then prioritizes this, and this is one of the most important things. So the law says this, and we need to have this level of analysis, and it can be exceptional, and the explanation for that, it happens in health, in the health system. So it is important to have these clarifications so that we can place this resolution in its correct location, and that the CNJ could not replace any policy such as an anti-asylum policy that would be in disagreement with the current regulations and everything that has been understood by our country. So I want to say something important, when it comes to the convention and the rights that are established here. I want to say that people with disabilities do not need protection. The people who need protection are basically the rights of those people. They do not need protection, but their rights do need protection. Thank you. Thank you, so Dr. Luis Fernando, for your excellent lecture. Just like Dr. Patricia's, I'll quickly mention something here. That's something that I consider that is very important this convention is important for those people with disabilities integrates the whole of commitments in our constitution when it comes to the dignity of human beings. This was the first that was mentioned in the first paragraph, and this is very important for the necessity of protection, right? So now I'd like to call the next speaker, Danielle de Fassis, an analyst from the Ministry of Health. And he is part of the team that he's the master of conflict, but when it comes to the law, from Ananguera, and has a master's degree in human rights, citizenship, and public policies from the Federal University of Paraíba. Good afternoon. I'd like to thank you for the invitation. I had the pleasure to be with you last year, and we did work that was very important for our event today. And we look all of our friends who I know, and I'm very happy to be with some of these individuals. So my name is Daniel. I live in Paraíba, and there we have our custody hospital. Especially when we look at the state plan that happens in some other states, it happens in other states. Currently, few people are part of this, and we look at this and we analyze this as an example to inspire other practices in other states. So first, I'd like to offer a visual analysis for those who are watching on YouTube. I have curly hair. I'm black with a light skin tone, and I'm wearing a beige t-shirt. So for us to be able to look at this, for us to focus really, I'd like to invite you all to understand that, in December, this is important for us. So the year, should be as good as we look at the last 520 years, since it's a colonial matrix, basically. And we see the production of the event, and we see how this was promoted in the last years, and this was what we saw until today. So if we
are on December 31st, January 1st was in 1500. We had the foundation of Dom Pedro II, the first asylum in Brazil, the first asylum. And each day is the foundation of this asylum in September the 2nd. So there were 9 months, 8 months without an asylum. In 1921, now we celebrate, or we understand 100 years of the judiciary asylums. The first was founded in Rio de Janeiro, and it was October 19, after 10 months of a year. In 2001, the law of psychiatric reform took place in December 12, close to today. So to 2008, the year of the convention mentioned here by Patricia and Luis Fernando. 2008, the year of the convention, would be December 19, almost in the end. In 2015, the law of inclusion, December 23. So the invitation is to us to see along a year that for 9 months or 8 months and a bit, there was no asylum. In the last 4 months or 3 months, is that we can see that. But in the last month, this is a month of a reformulation, a paradigm shift. So for basically 2 months this year, the asylums were normatized, were authorized, were validated. Are we going to retake the practices of these 2 months or celebrating what used to be done, so like it used to be in the first 9 months of the year and in the last month of this year. You see that in another scale, we see this small period. There is no reason, considering the historical experience, to keep this with us. I will quote some people here, things that were said on the control of them. If it's not possible to improve this, let's try the contact with the foreign. Nobody will deny the importance of this heritage of mental diseases. We would like to this for the better control of people. And the proposal for the creation of the municipalities and asylums, we would divide these municipalities and we deliver a piece of land to each psychopath for the same reason of the people with tuberculosis to a city with a healthy climate. These sentences originated in a historical series that started in 1969, 20 years before abolition, before the first classical books of Lombroso, before the first that hospital Dom Pedro in Rio, they were thinking about separating criminals from common psychopaths. So in 1969, the São Paulo brought through its parliament, as the case of Aguiar Itaker, these quotes, these famous quotes that would guide the practices until today, of course, due to that's the reason, one of the reasons we are here today. Those sentences were said by the group, the research group, GEP, AJ. It's worth learning more about them. There is a vast portal on the internet. It's a research group from the State University of Londrina. There is a very, very rich material there from the magazines that were all the articles about mental hygiene, I would say. So it's also rich here in Paraná. The state of Paraná has all the richness in this so specific topic, which is from the prison system, such as the pioneer experience with this court of justice. So here in Paraná, there is a production taking place for some years that can maybe help serve as embasement to promote even more this debate that we started yesterday and we're having here today. So Samuel, there, please. I will now share. I was here, of course, to contribute from my experience as a consultant in the program Fazendo Justiça, to understand this scenario where the practices of mental health happen with the judiciary and the executive in Brazil, and with that also with the team of Access3 of the program Fazendo Justiça, to build proposals of action to face this situation, to face these challenges. So I bring general data from this. It is still in the systematization phase, and we can show more generically, already shows the direction that we have to move north. And this, this advisory is based in the ongoing normatives on the literature, because there are many books that bring not only as books, but theses and academic dissertations, Haroldo, Patricia, Luis Fernando, and other colleagues who are here who study this topic, and also other experience taking places in more than 30 years. Pailing in Goiás also, né? And others that came, such as in Maranhão, in Pará, in Paraíba, in Rio de Janeiro, in Paraná, Mato Grosso do Sul, each of them, né, at their time, from their singularities. The fact is that we are moving in a very promising direction, né? And the idea is to have a national program with a series of mentions that will go from actions, né? An improvement of the flow in the prison system, in the interface with the judiciary, and permanent actions to ensure that these flows will take place, and other elements such as more administrative documents to guide their peers in the state. Soon I will see, this was a very nice experience. I congratulate the National Council of Justice on that and their representations, because they made it happen. So the public, who answered this survey, so there was a very big data collection, and the questionnaire was applied to innovative experiences, like I said, the EAPs, the prisons, and the courts of justice. The understanding that they wanted to find was to see the coverage, the assistential coverage of HAPs and the prison health, the PCD, and the intersection now with the judiciary in relation to the demand, to understand if the public agents knew about this psychiatry reform, and what the challenges they faced were for the implementation of the norms, because even though they knew about it, the biggest majority of them, they informed they know the legislation, but it is very difficult to implement, to comply with it on their daily routine for several reasons, but they do have these difficulties. We also had some meetings with specialists, technicians, and academics to help to handle this data and to elaborate questions, to know which questions to ask. So we had important data that would allow us to produce valid information, methodologically speaking, socially acceptable, positively challenging. And facing this, we talked to the players, the different players that you can see, also bilateral meetings, international meetings with some international entities, or the international representations, as well as nationally with the EAPs, from the coordination, CNMP, PFDC, the Pastoral Carcerária, the Design Institute, and Renila, Abrasme, as the movements and associations of users and family when it comes to mental health. Now, the mapping and national diagnosis, a total of 449 questions were asked for all this big public, So a total of 449 questions. We had more than 1,000 respondents that produced more than 73 pieces of data. Only the judiciary represented by the execution and knowledge, and also the Court of Justice, a total of 567, so a third of the total in Brazil, and 20 courts of justice, an expressive representativeness. So out of these 64 questions for the knowledge, várias, and then 54 questions for the execution, and 101 questions to the Court of Justice. So we reached the total of more than 36,000 pieces of data. This institutional strength, believing that it was important to conduct this work, I think it was university groups, because it's very difficult to make people sit to answer 100 questions, and we were able to do it. So and to change, we need evidence, because after all, it was always done with evidence, so, or we need to, in order to have evidence, we need data, and this is a lot of work. This was solved by an institutional force, led by the National Council of Justice. And general results, impressions, general considerations of this mapping, positive challenges pointed by the institutions that were involved, the need of professional qualification, eventually specialized qualification in the Court of Justice, also qualification of the normative of each court involved, that from their internal instances will discipline the action, and also in the educative sense, promoting permanent education actions, so the actions can really take place, and a cultural change also in the institutions, because this is something that we noticed in the 20 institutions. Half of the courts, they said that there were flows of attention to mental health. Now we know that we don't know what flow it is, but there is a parameter that we can use in order to talk how this flow is, how can we increase, and what is interesting to keep. And in the judiciary, many people answered that at the time of the hearing, either in the knowledge or the execution, which is less common, but it only goes through the hearing because of the rights of the people involved. There are some practice to the attention of the crisis that happen in some cases, some kind of we can handle the crisis. In some cases, it is sent to other a hospital, and a psychiatric urgency, CAPs, Albeski, so they can have, they can talk to these courts, judicial courts. So there are experiences, positive experiences to be shared, so everyone, including the ones who could not have this positive experience yet, to understand that it is possible to do it. And then, just to conclude, the strategies, thinking that here also we have to see the prepositions. I bring specifically the right to the quality rights, which is mentioned by Kemi and other people. But it's important to have, this is an international document from WHO, and it was also internalized via PAHO in Brazil in 2015, was translated by the Ministry of Health. It is available on the internet in English and in Portuguese. So the name in Portuguese, Direito à Qualidade, it's the equality rights, which says that the quality of services is only ensured by ensuring the rights. There is no way to improve services if not by ensuring rights. So as our colleague in the morning said, it doesn't help cleaning the floor if people will continue sleeping on the floor. It will be, né? Because it will make the floor cleaner, but we won't improve the quality of life of these people. So this tool was created internationally to check qualification processes of the services of mental health and social assistance. And mental health is to think about these ways and also to think those services, always considering health and social assistance from a matrix that is guided, that is driven by the key concepts on the Convention of Persons with Disabilities. So the evaluation of a service is done by the observation of these rights, communication, privacy, healthy food, living freely in the community. All these rights, quantified, they are measured to check the quality of the services. And this is why we can say quality rights. This is why the rights, it means quality. So I have an adaptation of the study that Professor Louise in the morning, she had an adaptation of these quality rights to the health in the prison system, the prison health, and I made an adaptation of the matrix that she created for mental health in the prison system, because this is what we are talking about here. And the matrix is interesting because, of course, it's necessary to improve it, to validate it, but we immediately see what the targets are, the targets of the politics in order to change, what are the screws that we have to tighten. So here are the standards, the topics, the rights. I would like now to conclude with an example from Paraíba. In Paraíba, we had, with the participation of Olivia, that is from Access 3, 2019, 2020, 2021, we were able to establish a state plan in HCTP. And this state plan, I will mention 3 axes in order to be easier and we can exchange more concretely what the possibilities are, the strategies, the possible strategies to be that we can take. So 3 dimensions, I would say. 3 axes, sorry. Desinstitutionalization, that counts on the closement of these closing the asylums, prevention to avoid people joining it, and also the attendance flow. The institutional steps first. What are we going to do there? To establish an emergency plan. An emergency plan because it's urgent. For it, it's necessary to have a group, institutions of permanent education to map this public, to know more the situation, who these people are, georeferencing service in the state, so have these CAPES, SUS, so judges who are there in the court, when they receive something, when there is a case, they can check in their computer an updated map. So here in my municipality, there is a CAPES, but it's CAPES 1 or CAPES 2, a regional, CAPES 3 that is part of my health unit. There is a, so this map, a dynamic map, updated, electronically updated, has to be available to the professionals at the court. And also creating a technical commission to prevent these people being sent to asylums. Other step to reduce vacancy in the asylums. And the third big steps this dialogue with the executive meetings, né, that would put health managers together with the state management, so monthly services that will be improved, installed, implemented. So they go there, they ask for a speech that there is no money. We need to see some resources to allocate some resources in the RT for those people. We need to apport resources. So for a car, for people who need to go to close cities, who are struggling to go to a workstation, they wish to start working again, resources, so maybe pilot projects from the council in order to do it. This is possible this is something that is possible to be done. When a wall separates, the bridge unites. You come and pick me, somebody comes and releases me. And if it's your strength, one day it will be ours. Look at the wall, look at the bridge, and yesterday about to come. What are the fears you have? You delete a verse, I write another. You lock me alive, I escape dead. All of a sudden, look me again, demanding for a change. Let's go, me and my dog. Look at the old, the young coming. Why are you afraid of us? So this is from Paulo César Pinheiro and Maurício Tapajós, a song that is named Nightmare, from 1973. It's a moment which is favorable to the song, which is, and from this long play, this record, I will quote the important is that empathy survives, because this is what it's all about. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Daniel, for his presentation, and I will hand it over to Dr. Haroldo Caetano, graduated by the School of Law, a Master in Penal Sciences in the University of Goiás, Doctor in Psychology, and also Justice Prosecutor in the Ministry of Goiás, and the winner of Inovari Award, Programa de Atenção Integral. The floor is yours, Doctor.
So guys, just to thank you, the panel, the whole panel, and the opportunity. I'm sorry I have to leave. So I live in Paraíba, and I can't stay until the end. All right, I'm sorry, and feel comfortable now. Have a good flight back. So, good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to I have somebody think will help me with the PowerPoint deck. So to celebrate the Ximenes Lapis resolution in this great international seminar, I have prepared a speech. And after, participating in the event yesterday, today, and the first part of my speech, I'd like to invite everyone those who are, imprisoned in these asylums and psychiatric isles by sharing these. Look at this, by sharing these photographs. I've been visiting these places. My own state does not have it, but of course I participate in this discussion throughout the country. So for this first presentation, I have established the idea to bring these people to be here with us. But before that, I'd like to dedicate my speech to 4 people. my dear Maria Aparecida Denise, the first coordinator who managed to coordinate this effort in Guyana, so we would not have any more judiciary asylums in the state. Also, the psychologist Adante Carlos Martins, the strongest activist that I have known in this cause. Also, Rogerio Casado has already passed away, and my dear cousin beside me there on the photograph. So we have seen the Brazilian Holocaust, and that's why I've also brought these images to you as well to show you that the Holocaust continues to happen. On the left, you see the 1979 documentary. On the right, you see 2019 that I took when I visited judiciary asylums in the country. So you will see that the conditions and circumstances are similar. They have not changed, and of course we see that it is evident in these places. And this is how it is in Maranhão state. Well, normally this is identified, on the door as a hospital. This is in Pernambuco. This is what I saw in 2019 before the pandemic. This is the toilet. Here are some of the people who live there, prisoners. Some more people that I invite to be here with us at this moment. People who smile and hide suffering that they go through. And they smiled also because I asked to them to smile so that I could post on Instagram. Anyway, so here are people who should be in liberty, should have freedom. They should not have been taken to these places, and now they participate with us in this moment. Luciano is a case that is interesting to comment because in this image that I have gotten, these photos were taken by me. This image, I believe that it is a good image of the mad person, right? The stereotype of the mad person. So here's in Sergipe, and here's Paraná. Different address. I don't know how long I still have, but anyway. And this is Paraná's judicial asylum. And here are some things that of course we are not able to see anymore because at this moment we see some of the prisoners here, the moment of the visit that I did before the pandemic. Here are the conditions. And in Sao Paulo I met this place in Casablanca City. This was an institution that had to do with people who suffered from skin disease, but now it is a judiciary asylum, and we see that here it has seven. Here's Dona Citinha. She has passed away, and she has an interesting story. Each photo brings a story, and it's hard to see. Well, here we have Parás Judiciary Asylum, and these are one of the scariest photos of these places. And we see an interesting piece of work that was done in Belém that has managed to change a bit of this reality. So here we see on the door it is written General Hospital, and here we see feces on the wall. So as we see that, as we heard the story of a mother who protected her daughter with feces, Also, these men use their feces to express the suffering, the pain that they go through in these places. Others show their bodies to show the condition of abandonment that they are submitted to. And I could say that these photos are from today. They're not from obviously today because these were taken right before the pandemic started. And this is the idea of Brazilian Holocaust. Here, a couple more naked men in the judiciary asylum. Nothing that could be considered, health care. Here, a few women, very beautiful. I met them, I spoke with them, and I also asked them to smile for a photograph. This lady was in one of the most absurd conditions that I have found in these visits. As you can see, she is naked. She could not communicate. She had spent a few weeks without seeing sunlight. The cell was dirty, very dirty, and the smell was awful. We could not even get close to her to speak with her. Here is another, young lady who go through these places illegal, in a complete illegal state. So this lady has been through a specific situation, and she had cancer, and she went through this treatment because she couldn't leave the place. So here's Salvador, and recently we had this experience because we see the collective, the group of women that exist. We see how we see this space for women, right? And we see how the resolution Ximenes Lab is, we see how this has allowed for this, that everyone, in the event became part of this, and we were there to share some sort of hope. And, we have spoken about, this environment, and we here show Luciano. Luciano is this individual who I met in Pernambuco. He had been there for 3, 4 years in this judiciary asylum. We took this photo to the seminar that we had in Recife. So there was a movement, and he was then removed from this institution. Today, he is being served by the psychosocial department. So he's not this monstrous individual that you see through the image. Obviously, he had been arrested for small crimes at the beach in Boa Viagem, bothering tourists. So he was taken there, and he represents and he expresses in this moment the fear of those who are on the outside. So he was afraid of us because probably in his mind he would understand that only monsters could do what we have done to him. Now he has left the institution. Now he's being served and treated in the correct manner in this by this department. So here we see this drawing that is very well shared in events such as this. Here we have news about these seminars, and here's the second part of my speech. I would like to. It was actually quick on those, but anyway, each of them I could have spoken much more in terms of stories. And these stories deserve to be heard. But anyway, I have written a text for us to be able to sum up, at this moment of celebration. As you can see here on the screen, it's only a reference to Paili, a movement in Goiás that you can look for. This is a document of its regulation, of its operation, and my thesis that was published as a book on the right. So now I'm going to read what I have prepared as a final message at this beautiful seminar. So, what the resolution Ximenes Labs determines for the whole country is reality for the whole state of Goiás since the year 2006. It's been 17 years. 928 people have received support from this program, and they have been seen in this period of time. And today there are so many there enjoying of this. This safety measure is emptied of its content, of its sanctionary content. However, until the moment where the Supreme Court erases this image completely from the legal ordainment, we will need still this device, which is a connecting device, as the resolution says. This is the transactional object, to use the concept brought by a pediatrician, that we will need to overcome this criminal childhood in some ways. This traditional object is necessary to overcome this criminal childhood. It is fearful to many, and for those who believe that it is possible to resocialize through prison, and it's possible to reduce crimes through the penal code. And when we look at this project, this done by Ximenes Labs, the idea is to overcome criminal childhood to reach maturity, comprehending madness and the phenomenon of madness, and understanding how they are connected to law, looking at Basaliano concept. When we look at the level of danger that we would see for these measurements, we see that what is in the law basically that has already been mentioned. What we see as a legal fundament that is basic before, as it was before even the 1940s. And then we see that this is an inspiration that was reminded, yesterday. We were reminded of that, and he told us today this was an Italian fascist code. So we can affirm completely that if there is something of a fascist nature, these are the safety measures. And this shows how incompatible this is to the Constitution, 1988. So before we get to the guilt element of this, of having penal sanctions, we will still, coexist with this environment of transition, really. In Paili, in Goiás, creates and has been working with this transition environment since the year 2006. This has allowed PJ and Minas Gerais to have had such an experience and asylum-free experience. And Paili is a device from the National Health Service, and it looks at mental health programs and activities far from those asylums and those dungeons, so that people can be served in a humane way in a psychosocial program set. And we see that this is, the acumen of anti-asylum policy, and we want to do this. Avoiding asylum and liberty should be the condition for such therapy, for such cure, for such treatment. And there's no mental health treatment without freedom. What we see here is that everything in this field should be considered through the principles and norms established in the law from 2001. The this is something that is very special for the to guarantee uh, everything that is considered for judiciary asylums that we find. So we this is to free those who are still depending on that. So uh, the experience of freedom will be important for those who still defend perhaps a racist idea, which is the first reason for being for these judiciary um, institutions and asylums. So now we see that they are stronger, ever stronger than even its own regulation. So this is explained by our authoritarian history of human rights violations. And at this point, where we are as back to democracy, we see new possibilities for the recognition of ourselves as law or legal individuals, as we see the thousands of men and women who go through the experience of psychic suffering and who are imprisoned in these judiciary asylums in Brazil. This is not just about psychic suffering we should consider, because madness is not just pain. It is something that moves life, culture, and the joy of life. The legal system has a policy, an anti-asylum policy. It has to be followed by all judges, all courts in Brazil. This is not little. This brings the human rights as a institutional objective. Human rights is present in so many discourses. Those flags guarantee marketing, guarantee success, guarantee likes on social media. But these human rights become erased when we get close to these prisons, these institutions, when it ignores violence, institutional violence that is practiced in these male and female prisons, and the denial of human rights, which is the biggest mark on these places. Now is the time to have this network. It is time for the National Health Service in Brazil to be part of this democracy of liberty and freedom and life. Liberty is therapeutical, and I come from this experience of 17 years of having a genuinely anti-asylum experience in Goiás. And now this sort of therapeutic freedom is not only for those individuals, but for everyone, really, for prosecutors, for psychiatrists, for judges, for everyone who still suffers from this disease, which is the judiciary asylum itself. The judiciary asylum is the disease, and freedom is liberty, is the cure. And getting to the end here, people should not be dying at these places. People should live. And people should live in plenitude of this experience, which ends. But it's very incredible and fantastic, as we are travelers in this planet Earth. So the madness train will go back. Finally, I'd like to end by sharing the hope that we hear from Beto Guedes. We have cried, we have shed tears when September comes, and the good news comes. I want to see forgiveness. I want to see. We have cried a lot. We have shed tears. Many have been lost along the way. Anyway, it is not. It doesn't cost much to invent and to look at this spring, and I should open the windows of my chest, and the lesson we know by heart, we should now learn it. Thank you.
We would like to thank Dr. Haroldo for this inspirational speech of reminding us, the international movement of persons with disabilities, nothing about us without us, to bring these people together with us, talking to them and about them. And I would like to open the floor now to Dr. Melina Machado Miranda, an assessor for the Department of Monitoring and Inspection of the Prison System and also the Juvenile Justice System from the National Council of Justice, social assistant in the Public Defensory of the State of São Paulo, graduated in social service by the Júlio de Mesquita State University of São Paulo, specialist in public health by the Master in Social Service from PUC São Paulo. The floor is yours, Dr. Melina. Two Melinas in a panel. It is something rare. I will try to be brief. I think it's a difficult role, né? Such a powerful panel, né? Which brings the theoretical aspects, né? Academic aspects. All the speakers here are the researchers in the topic, so they had their master thesis, doctorate thesis, they wrote books on the subject, and we had the honor of counting on the contribution of these specialists on the Jimenez Lopez resolution. So it's an honor to be here in this seminar, which is to celebrate and also reflect on a topic which is not easy. So I will be brief, I would like to ask some question to them and also to Danielle, who was here. Unfortunately, I won't be able to do it, but to ask these questions, but I will bring some elements on their speeches and also on the proposed topic for this table. I would like to thank Melina for conducting this panel and mediating this panel, so talking about the role of the judiciary in the psychiatric reform, talking about this question, about this topic, which I transformed into a question. What is the role of the judiciary in the psychiatric reform? It brings a relation. There is an implication of the judiciary with the psychiatric reform, because not long ago we can say it was denied. There was no implication. This was not something that had to do with us. And I think the resolution of the CNJ that institutes this anti-asylum brings this in a very contundent way. So the importance of this resolution, because this will say that the judiciary has to act for the right to health, the right to human rights, to ensure to comply with the law. So this psychiatric reform, in these 2 days, we have had big conferences, speeches about this reform on the anti-asylum struggle. In summary, in my understanding, this reform is much bigger than Law 10216, but this law will will list the rights of these people with mental diseases and also the reorganization of the assistant model for mental health. So this law is going to reorganize these assistants and will bring then, it will be a lighthouse for the 407 resolution of the National Council of Justice. In this panel, we also have the opportunity, like I said, to have theoreticals on the topic, but overall people that were there in practice. So to establish theory and practice together, this is so important, and it will tell us what is possible, because the possible was also shown here in our speeches. It is possible to disinstitutionalize with responsibility. So if we see the experiences, we can drink from the experiences of Minas Gerais. If we are going to talk about the way out of it, we can drink from the experience of public defensors here in Rio, that Patricia, in many years had this. And also, if we're going to talk about the execution of this moment between the entry door and the exit door in an institution without asylums, we can drink from the experience of Goiás, which Haroldo so well explained to us. So he could we can think about a national program that would welcome these people, né, suffering with mental disorders, that will be taken then, né, compulsory to this prison system. So I would like just to mention this practical experience in the justice system, né, that has this, which this last panel is all about. So talking about this reform is talking about a treatment in an appropriate place, multidisciplinary teams. It's also talking about citizenship, quality, life organization, decentralization of assistance, né? So if we think about taking people with leprosy and insanity far from us, né? So when we talk about the psychiatric reform, we bring them to our where they can be seen. So it's impossible to go to these places and see those things because we don't want to, but it's important to in order to change this. Today we had the opportunity to be here in the medical panel complex. It was difficult to face that, to see those people there who are in the safety measure. They are there for years, in these asylums. So how does the implementation of the therapeutical residences are going on in this state? So those people, because oftentimes either because of the crime or institutionalization for years with no contact with the family, they have lost this bond with their family. So this is the question we ask here and also to other places. And the role of the judiciary in this discussion is not to replace the net. On the contrary, for a long time, we used to hear from judges, I don't know what to do. Managers would say, I know how to manage a prison. This is a mix of hospital, prison, much more prison than hospital. So for that, it's enough, going there, you go there and you will see this Luis Fernando Negro when we name hospitals, but when in a hospital there is no hot water, in a hospital there are 3 meals a day with an interval of more than 12 hours for people who are sick. This is not a place where they are receiving treatment. So this is a question that is like an echo in our mind. So talking about this reform is talking about movement. The reform is not there back ago in the 70s. This challenge continues and the resolution shows us that. So all the discussion that was now resumed, this was said also. This has been said during these 2 days. The resolution brings the guidelines, the operationalization, international treaties, and also the law 10216 and our constitution. So Mário Mouro, who is the user of the psychosocial network, with very important this participation of this, he says that to talk about mental health without having an ethical, political of what we call mental health, we can get lost. So it's like naming an asylum a hospital. It's like naming a hospital a place which is not a hospital, which is not a place for treatment. It's very important to consider the deaths, suicide, and talking about psychiatric reform. It's to talk about us. So I invite you, when you return home, or even the memories, the stories, to ask your family members, the stories of suicide, of insanity we have in our families. Because insanity is okay, even though it's like a paradox, but it is normal. It's really present in us. And health does is still health when in contact with the justice, né? It's like it's not as if justice is apart from the reality. So why while psychiatric reform and disinstitutionalization of those asylums which are not judiciary but the asylums themselves, why do judiciary asylums were not included in the discussion? If it is like as if it's not part of the reality. So this discussion, in the beginning of my debate, this relation is intrinsic, it exists. So the judiciary, the justice system today represented in this panel has the responsibility with the right to health, with the compliance, with the ongoing law that is there for more than 20 years in Brazil. So wouldn't justice be the place to look after health if it wasn't for justice? Where is it going to be? I think it's also an important question. There are many important elements in this resolution. We are going to treat these in the panel system, social educative, execution. We are going also to treat people with mental suffering in the prison system. Many organisms responsible, the World Health Organization has warned us on the moment of mental suffering, the need to look to these cases. And I think the asylum is a factor that is a problem for mental health. So once again, the National Council of Justice invite you to read this, Justiça Pesquisa, which is a department of the National Council of Justice, which is really interesting. It will discuss death inside the prison system, which is considered natural death. So if you consider that a young person, aged 30, dies from tuberculosis, this wouldn't be considered natural death. And also the research shows something which I understand is really interesting, which is the measurement of life expectancy of people after prison. If I'm not wrong, it's around 500 days. So they can measure, let's say, this, and it shows important data to us. So this resolution is going to talk about power and care. The power of acting of the judiciary, the power of articulation with the and the power of making decisions, what is the best treatment at the light of the norms, the ongoing norms in our country. And this human care that is so a target of concern, this has been happening in this territories. The health teams, they know how to do it. They have been doing this. Now you can go to CAPES to take a look. So this is not new. This can be new to us. Maybe it's new in this relation, crime, insanity. But once again, I would like to say that health does not disappear in contact with the justice. On the contrary, it has to be evidenced. So I think the resolution comes to remind us of this, to remind us of the psychiatric reform. Today in the asylum, one of the last cells we visited, an intern told to the minister, Rosa Weber, that soon will be here with us to close this historical event, that he wanted to listen to the anthem because this made him calmer. And he asked to listen to the national anthem. I think this now we listen to music, to poems, and this is what he wanted as well. And there is a place that they cannot play it. So somebody played it and he was emotional to read. So we're going to talk about that, this lack of contact with the exterior, which in our legislation it is listed as a human right. resolution brings a very important point, which is the singularization of the attention to people. So they are not going to say release everyone anyhow. They will say people need a project, a therapeutical project. This concept is new for the justice system, but it is for some time out there with the health team. So each case has to be treated as it deserves to be. Health has a set of possibilities of services, of course, that there is room for improvement. But these 2 days, having the people from the the Ministry of Health is important to strengthen this ministry in this practice and this policy. So the resolution talks about this, not the lack of responsibility, not lack of assistance. On the contrary, it's responsibility to ensure that assistance in a very responsible way. So I would like to close this, to conclude with the speech of this person, this prisoner who asked to listen to the anthem that needs the contact of art and singularity. So this that would ease in his heart. Thank you very much. I would like now to show on the behalf of everyone here who are our gratitude for all the learnings that we share, all the knowledge that we share, the sensitiveness of everyone who are here on this cold Friday here in Curitiba, but warm in with the human contact here. Everyone who are here fighting for human rights believe in the transformative power of human stories, the capacity of sensibilizing people to fight for a better world, a fairer world, or less um, for those, for the vulnerable ones. So may history of Damião Chim Lopes, that names the resolution of the National Council of Justice, maybe it inspires us to a more appropriate treatment of those with mental disabilities, especially those at high vulnerability. And with that, I close this panel and invite you to the next panel with the presence of the Minister Rosa Weber, the President of the National Council of Justice and the Supreme Court. Thank you and good evening to all of you.
We thank you. We thank the president of this panel. We thank the lecturers for being here for this last panel. Right now, we're going to make the preparations for the closing of this event. Thank you.
We are going to start now that we have reached the end of this international seminar. And at this moment, we will invite to the honor table of this, in the solemnity of closure, the authorities, Your Excellencies, the President of the Regional Court of Work, Judge Ana Carolina Zaina. The President of the Regional Court of the 4th Region, Judge Ricardo Teixeira do Vale Pereira.
Dr. Leticia Ferreira da Silva. She's here representing the government of Paraná. Now Salise Monteiro Sanchonetti. Sanchoteni, of course, yeah. Now we would like to invite here Mauro Pereira Martins. Also here, but remotely, the Ministry of State and Health, Nícia Trindade. Minister Luis Felipe Salomão. Also the President of the Supreme Court in Brazil, Minister Rosa Weber. The President of the Justice Tribunal of the State of Paraná, Luis Fernando Tomasi Kelly. Also, the following authorities: Executive Secretary Rita de Oliveira, representing the Ministry of Human Rights and Citizenship. Representative for the Pan American Health Consultant, Dr. Claudia Braga. Fernando Quadros da Silva is also joining us. Auxiliary judges for the CNJ, Dr. Luis Gerardo Santana, Dr. Karen Luis Villanova Batista de Souza, Dr. Edinaldo Cesar Santos Jr., President of the Association of Lawyers in Brazil, Dr. Federico Mendes Jr., also Dr. Jadison Suzin, Prosecutor José Jacoya, President of the OAB Brazil Paraná, Dr. Marilina Inqueira Winter, Public Counselor Dr. André Giratina, Mr. Inter Santinho Goveda, Secretary of State, Secretary of Health, Coutinho Beto Preto, Director of the Law School in Paraná, Ramon de Medeiros Nogueira, and we see the report of social educational efforts in the Tribunal of Justice in Paraná, Rui Mugiati. Also, the Fernando Antonio Praceres, Hamilton Avis Correia, also the Judge Rui Alves, Salio Horst Rodafi from the Labor Law from the 9th Region, and Sonia Barros. Also, the Secretary of National Justice, we also thank for your presence. And also Director of the Legal Lawyer School, Ramon de Medeiros Nogueira. Good evening, everyone. There's a philosopher who once said that joy is a moment you wish that does not end. A happy moment is a moment you hold on to, that you are sad that it ended and you want to relive it. These moments should be preserved so we do not lose hold of them. So we hope that this is part of this joy is in our hearts constantly. We also like to, I'd like to say and greet our Minister Rosa Weber, Luis Fernando Tomas as well, President of the Court of Law in Paraná. Ladies and gentlemen, I was happy in the beginning. I was so happy in the beginning of this seminar, and now I also feel this gratitude and this feeling of a job that was done. And with this, we end this event, this international seminar for mental health promoted by the Legal School of Paraná with the Justice Council, National Council. These were 2 intense days, really, debating these issues and the policies that will work on having a state that is anti-asylum, and our ideas on this and a very important topic. As we go through these 2 days, I can say that we have reached the goal of what we had established when it comes to national, international elements of human rights. We have rationally deepened the debate on the anti-asylum policies in Brazil. We have also considered how society can contribute to its implementation and improvement. I am thankful to all of you. I'm thankful to CNJ. I'm thankful to Rosa Weber, who comes here to Paraná to see us. I am also thankful to the councilmen and councilwomen who are part of this process, from CNJ, from the auxiliary judge, my dear friend and colleague in this work. With the presence of you, we could not have come to this without you. We shared this panel, and so many people who were here in our court who thought of this and event and put this event together. I'd like to thank the whole team from the justice system in Paraná, everyone who developed, worked hard on this event to make sure that this event would happen. Finally, I'd like to remind all of us that we should be conscious of good public policies that are humane and that respect human rights, and these are established in the constitution of our country. And we need to always consider Rui Barbosa's words. Law should go higher than force, and we keep on seeking this knowledge. Thank you. At this moment, we would like to invite Dr. Lisa Tindade, who's here remotely. Good evening. It is an immense satisfaction to be with you, even though I am online. And has been an important seminar. I would like to greet Minister Rosa Weber, President of the Supreme Court, and also of CNJ. I'd like to greet the authorities that represent the justice system in Paraná, and also the state government of Paraná, and to really thank you for having us in this seminar. It is so important to have the representation of people who are inserted in this topic in the civil society, and I really would like to greet every one of you with great satisfaction. Today, I met Secretary Eusébio Magalhães, who was here for the opening of this event, and he was very excited about this event. He was very excited to have the participation of the Department of Health, from the Ministry of Health through Dr. Sonia Barros. Certainly, these exchanges are fundamental for us to be able to develop policies. Without these policies, it's impossible to talk about democracy. We know how much mental health has been affected in times of pandemic, but we see that there are also historical issues such as judiciary, asylum. So I want to greet everyone, the CNJ, and together with Ministry of Health will sign this agreement of cooperation. Institutions have been very important on this day to bring the best practices when it comes to mental health policies at different levels of government. I thank you for the invitation, and I would like to thank the whole organization for CNJ and the justice system in Paraná for this. I'd like to thank Minister Rosa Weber and the president of the court in Paraná, Luis Fernando Kemp. Well, from this point on, having the law 10,216 from April 2001, the reform that we have seen happen in Brazil has created a new establishment and creating better services for mental health and the movement of change. Since then, we have seen a process of reorientation of an assistential model to a different model for psychiatric hospitals. The government of President Lula, the Ministry of Health, reconnects to the reform and to the anti-asylum struggle, guaranteeing human dignity seen in the Declaration of Human Rights, it's important for us to be together in the Ministry of Health and the Ministry of Human Rights. We see here a strong policy that considers principles of deinstitutionalization and also the psychosocial promotion of care and freedom and the preservation of citizenship. We see the reconstruction of policies for mental health in Brazil comes with several challenges. We are picking back up the creation of centers for psychosocial care, new at-home services with units that serve the citizens, among others that already exist. Our services, our psychosocial services, are a real legacy to the national health system, and we see that it's a very fragile system that we are trying to now strengthen. We know that the rebuilding of these institutions is hard, but we are dedicated to do it. So that's why I'm very enthusiastic about this protocol of intentions that the CNJ has come up with to help end these judiciary asylums for custody or treatment. This is a great challenge, but we are sure that this country is able to have the necessary means to move forward in this topic. When it comes to models that we see in the world, we are able to be part of that. This commitment between CNJ and the Ministry of Health and all institutions that are present here in this important event, it is fundamental, really. I thank everyone for your contributions in this seminar, and I'm happy to share with everyone who is here for human rights. Without them, we cannot speak of democratic life. So I would also like to comment on the importance of how important our commitment will be and our partnership will be when it comes to custody, hospital, and psychiatric hospitals. And this will be limited, and that we're going to have a plan and to really step forward and move forward when we look at the continuation of knowledge and sharing of knowledge is going to be fundamental in this process. I appreciate everyone for this opportunity to have been able to share, among so many institutions for the sake of justice, for the sake of human rights, for the sake of democracy in its complete sense. Thank you.
Now we are going to proceed with the signature of the Protocol of Intentions that celebrate the National Council of Justice on the person of Your Excellence, Minister Rosa Weber, and also the representative of the Minister of Health, Director of the Department of Mental Health, Alcohol and Other Drugs from the Ministry of Health, Dr. Sandra Barros. The object of the present protocol will see the efforts necessary to establish an interinstitutional cooperation between the institutions, the signatories in all fields of common interests for the implementation of the anti-asylum policy in the judiciary instituted by the resolution of the National Council of Justice number 487 from 2023. Now to sign the protocol of invitations, the Court of Justice of Paraná, Your Excellence, Judge Luiz Fernando Imais Kepin, the Governor of State, the General Dr. Letícia Ferreira da Silva, also the Public Ministry of Paraná, Dr. Gilberto Giacoia, and also Public Defensory, Dr. André Jean Berardino, and the Ordem dos Advogados do Brasil, and her president, Doutora Marilena Helena Winter. This protocol has as its object to develop actions to foster the implementation of Resolution 407 from 2023 from the National Council of Justice. We will now hear the words from the President of the National Council of Justice, Judge Luiz Fernando Tomasi Kepi. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to greet the President of the Supreme Court and Your Excellence, Minister Rosa Weber, also the National Council of Justice, Minister Luiz Felipe Salomão. I would like also to greet the Minister of Health, Nízia Trindade, who is with us remotely, also the Counselor, the Department of Monitoring and Inspection from the Prison System and Juvenile Justice System, DMF, and also the National Council of Justice, Judge Mauro Pereira Martins, the counselor from the National Council of Justice, Judge Salise Monteiro Sancho Teme, also the General Prosecutor in Paraná, Dr. Letícia Ferreira da Silva, here representing the Governor of the state, the President of the Court of Justice, Judge Ricardo Teixeira do Bar, Your Excellence, Judge Ana Carolina Zaina, from the Court of Work, 9th Region, other authorities who are here present in this important event, other judges, servers, lawyers, panelists, doctors, speakers, our dear representative from OAB, Beto Preto, the federal congressman, the Secretary of Justice, Judge Ramon, and all those who are here, Fred Gabriel, our General Secretary, brilliant coordinator, who has helped me a lot with this work on these works with the minister, Rosa Weber, everyone here today. I would like first thank you, God of all beliefs, for the success of this important seminar in the capital of everyone from Paraná, and such an important closure of this seminar on mental health. My words are of gratitude. I would thank for the presence of everyone. We know how hard it is to commute, to the presence of everyone who is here, leaving their homes, sometimes the cities, they come, their offices, their workplaces in order to be here for this important seminar. And I would like also very specially greet the historical presence of the Minister Rosa Weber, the President of the Supreme Court and the National Council of Justice in this opportunity. It's an honor to welcome you, to receive you here in our court, for how much Your Excellency represents as a woman, as a judge, and Your Excellency had a brilliant career in the countryside, in the whole state of Rio Grande do Sul. Dignified person, promoted to the court of work. It was under your presidency in 2001, 2003, by your recognized merits, was conducted to the Court of Work from 2016 to 2006 to 2011, and then named the Minister of the Supreme Court in 2011, being the third woman to occupy this chair of this honorable court. In 11 years of action, Minister Rosa reported processes of great impact when it comes to the environment, transparency, and protection of fundamental rights, and also acted during the pandemic of COVID-19 with actions for the habilitation of ICU care for serious patients, and also the reestablishment for the determination of the minister has marked that nefast period of our recent history, showing her concern, concrete concern with the human beings. Our dear Minister Rosa Weber. In an environment where there is a male presence, it's always important to have a woman with such a highlight in the judiciary, the Brazilian judiciary. And I see very happily that this panel is composed by many women. I believe half, half are women, half are men, here to show what must happen. We have here the president of OAB Paraná, our dear Marilena Winter, natural from União da Vitória, also my homeland. It's a great honor, this occupation, having this amount of women here with us. This big, this important, this great woman that has its competency and efforts to fight for the rights. Today in the morning when we visited the penal medical complex here in Paraná, we noticed when we left that Your Excellency was moved with the testimonies that she heard from the prisoners. Who, if not a great judge, to leave a palace and big receptions in Brazil and abroad in this profession to dedicate to the fragile, to the vulnerable ones, those who are forgotten in our society. only our Minister Rosa Weber. So I would like now deserved honors in the end of this important international seminar. Your honor, your minister, we are going to honor this commitment that today we sign to provide better quality of life with more dignity and respecting the human rights also to those with mental disorders from this important seminar. I would like in this opportunity also to greet the minister Luiz Felipe Salomão, the National Justice, highlighting for beyond his important career, his attention for the efficiency of the judiciary, promoting more agility in the processes and encouraging the disinstitutionalization with the incentive of adequate means to solve conflicts. It's always good to see you. Paraná welcome you and applaud you for all your initiatives. I would like also to highlight our Judicial School, Ramon de Medeiros, executive coordinator of this event, and all his team of servers from the court who worked hardly for the organization and execution of this seminary in the last months, together with other sectors here who really put efforts, because this was the biggest event we have had in the court here in Paraná. It was a record of people. More than 250 people participated presentially in this event, and we have had 5,000 visualizations in the online transmissions in EJUDE and the National Council of Justice channels. It is effectively a great success, this event, counting on the presence of speakers from Brazil and abroad, renowned professionals in the area of psychiatry, psychology, law, all those other professions involved with social assistance, members of the judiciary, executive, the academia, all the event. It counted with interpreters, English, Portuguese. The translations were which show the international characteristic of this event. Such events cooperates to the judiciary. It's extremely important to move to a more advanced policy that really cares for human rights. This year, when we celebrate the 300 years of justice in the land of the Augustifolias, which represent the first judiciary division in the south in America, we are proud of the seeds and fruits that of what we planted and now we harvest. And at the moment, all of you are part of our history. You are all very welcome to Paraná. Thank you for your presence. This opportunity now, Your Excellency, President of the Court of Justice, will sign the 8036 from 2033, which creates the work group on mental health that will have as it will be aimed at supplying the efforts for the development of intersectoral actions and interinstitutional actions aiming at the establishment of procedures and guidelines for the implementation of the anti-asylum policy in the judiciary in the judiciary system in Paraná. And now I would like to this opportunity, we are going to offer Minister Rosa Weber. I would like the First Lady, Dirce Kepping, to come to the stage with the presidents of this court to give these ministers this gift and flowers. Now we are going to see an institutional video of the National Council of Justice. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now listen to the words of the Presidency of the Supreme Court and the National Council of Justice, Your Excellency Minister Rosa Weber.
Oh. Good evening, everyone. I would like to greet the President Luis Fernando Tomás Kepin, and I ask him on his behalf and on behalf of the fourth region Judge Ricardo de Teixeira Vale Pereira and the president of the ninth region labor judge Ana Carolina Zania. I would like to greet every authority here present and everyone who is also accompanying them and everyone who is present here and those who are attending this event remotely. I hope that my initial words are filled with thankfulness. I am thankful to Curitiba, capital of Paraná. I see the beautiful pine nut trees in this city, and I will take this as a gift. And I'm really appreciate you welcoming here. I really appreciate your welcome. I appreciate your consideration. Looking at the success of this event, we see how important the topic of mental health is. A very current issue that invites us to a number of reflections. I would like to thank the Paraná Justice System, our dear President, Judge Luis Fernando Tomás Kepin, for how they have welcomed our team from the National Justice Council and the availability of all structures in this house to make sure that the best of the best came together to do this event. I believe that this event was done in a very good way, and it could not be any different because everyone really dedicated to promoting the best event possible. And this was translated into a very productive event promoted by specialized individuals, experts, really, who promoted their ideas, their knowledge, experiences, which are very valuable to all of us. As a symbol, all of this effort, this sincere effort, is part of the signature that we have just signed. It is the courage and the determination of all authorities who are here to demonstrate that we can, indeed, together, make it real. Make the promise of a policy that is as good as this real. Make it a concrete and to offer such elements. I really appreciate the call and I really appreciate everyone involved in judges, managers, health professionals that are, getting themselves ready in their workplaces to make health better without distinction. I will not speak much more. I would like to highlight these learning experiences that we have shared by experts who were part of this event. For us, from CNJ, the National Justice Council, it is very important to have such a seminar. This seminar is extremely important to us. It represents the composition of an initiative that comes to the state of constitutional things and that says no to the operation of an unjust treatment system. It brings science. This event brings science to help those who are forgotten, abandoned, those who have no one to care for them, and they cannot take care of themselves, and they cannot also demand their rights. So I'm speaking of those individuals with mental illnesses in conflict with the law. The policy for mental health in Brazil was built on considering the logic of segregation of people in psychiatric hospitals. What was the goal at that time was to simply the hygiene of society, removing those people from society. As Paulo Marante mentions, we became a civilization of exclusive to crazy individuals, and that would leave a healthy society to its own. This is the traditional known proposal, which is to hide our issues instead of facing them. When we see these people being far from society, this is one of the most important issues to be tackled, and this is connected to what society now longs for, effectively and for good, to have these people be embraced. So they are places. These individuals have become imprisoned individuals with the approval of the justice system. This was an individual who committed a crime but had no sentence. And this is a formula full of paradox that are hard to understand. What we considered, what was built, this has to be reconsidered. This is what we are doing here today, with the commitment to having concrete solutions, real solutions. Fortunately, we need to rethink this issue, and we already have good ways to handle this through structures that are mature, secure, to care for these individuals with mental illnesses, and this is done through the coexistence and the guaranteeing of these rights. So because of that, because of what we have accomplished collectively in the social struggles that were important, such as the movement, the protests of health workers to promote the improvement of mental health care. This is the anti-asylum struggle that began with the premise that we have to invest and work on a network of mental health that is free of asylums, and that has meant in this law 10,216 from 2001. See, 2001 in the law. This is a law. Found those changes in paradigm that got us to this place of mental health, of public policy, and of human rights that are fundamental. The law of psychiatric reform, it's called this way, has assured the protection, the rights, and the humane treatment of these individuals who suffer from mental illness. It has banished hospitalization as the first measure and prioritized the community services for the improvement of mental health. What was considered as utopia became reality, at least conceptually, Now the challenge is how to actually make it happen and to promote this transformation, to transform utopia in reality. 5 years have gone by since this, and another thing happened which was very important in that I should mention. The Inter-American Court for Human Rights has sentenced Brazil as responsible for the death in 1999 of a citizen, a Brazilian citizen, during a hospitalization in a psychiatric clinic. This patient was buried with marks of torture in his body. So, as we see, what was considered through the first sentence that actually put Brazil in San Jose in Costa Rica, it was considered necessary to promote the improvement of such health professionals for the say when it comes to mental illness individuals. So this this history cannot repeat itself ever again. What happened to Damian Ximenes Lopez? So, but this is not just here. This is not just this. So the signals that we have mental illness policies that they have to be changed are everywhere. And in 2009, again, the parliament, Brazilian parliament, gave us a clear direction of what to do. This year, 2009, we internalized the International Convention for those people with disabilities, something that considers psychosocial elements, non-discriminatory elements, as well as for those cases, for those who have some sort of conflict with the law. It is expected then that in the following years we would be harvesting, reaping those fruits, right? However, in the year 2023, this year, we have been seeing after 2022 years, we see unfortunately little or almost nothing has been done. So we see the issue in concepts, pre-concepts, practices, and practices that are completely out of date, and the lack of information that still make it hard to bring science and health together, even though they are the key elements to this, much more than the legal and the prison system aspect of this. So science and health, these we look at how the council never denied its responsibilities in this debate. We, as judges, we are the first to submit to this and consider these learning experiences, this knowledge that is specific. We have the duty to decode them and translate them for the common people without any issues, without any difficulties, with a lot of balance, so they can be well understood. That is why this resolution from CNJ number 113 shows us this procedure, which is connected to sentences that have to do with freedom deprivation, among other elements. And the chapter that is connected to safety measures, it shows that this procedure is supposed to be executed to the letter of the law, and the law is 10,216 from 2001. CNJ's recommendation comes to say that for the care of these such patients and the execution of these safety measurements. However, this effort, it is insufficient. It's necessary to have more. And we see that this was anchored in that law. So we see that health would be a place of consensus, because effectively, what is most appropriate to promote care and specialized attention to those who need it, who need treatment, not sentence. It is for this, and in this sense of having this paradox, we were able to approve in February 2023 an anti-asylum policy in the justice system, and this policy is nothing but as we see that there is a establishment that is not part of this element that is considered and is not respected. The text of this resolution, that is not an innovation. It considers judges in this country that should exercise a relevant aspect to this in the National Congress. As we are here in all branches of justice in the country, aside from the legislative power, the executive power, for all elements, international organisms, experts, when it comes to the United Nations policies for development. When we look at anti-asylum policies, we see the instruments that are necessary for the operators of the justice system for the correct maneuver of people who have mental illnesses in considering the letter of the law, prioritizing access to the public health system in this country in a community level. We look into overcoming those custody hospitals and psychiatric treatments. It has little to do with hospitals, and they still operate contrary to the national and international standards, since without having any preparation, these are not the adequate places for such treatments.
People who have the suffering from mental disorders sent to these asylums need adequate care, especially people specialized and nowadays are exposed to the risk of episodes of suicide, and also they are also submitted to torture and they are mistreated. We cannot tolerate other Ximenes Lopez. Our time has shown challenges to mental health, challenges who demand for the construction of interfaces between mental health and the fields of social assistance, education, justice, housing, leisure, culture, work, solidarity, economy, among other policies who would ensure the reduction of social inequalities, equity of race and gender, and better conditions for the organization of their lives in the society. This change on this modus operandi to offer human care and protection to those people with mental disorders is something we have to deal with, and we have to make it happen. This is what really matters. We shall think those people in their full form and from their specificities as a way to ensure the production of their social places, respecting their diversities, so we can all see the world, international entities specialized in mental health, state the relation between mental health and public health, human rights, and socio-economical development. because it claims for transformation of practices, routines, and the policies implemented in this context in order to benefit people and the collectiveness and the whole society by presenting concrete measures for this anti-asylum policy by the judiciary. The National Council of Justice confirms the reality of this commitment that was signed together with the and its jurisprudence, especially in this agenda of the law for everyone to health. And I would like to conclude, ladies and gentlemen, by quoting Nise da Silveira, who taught us that things are not outdated so easily. They are transformed. I hope we can follow in this struggle to transform, ensuring the right to health, and the basis of it would be appropriate treatment to these people, non-violence, freedom, and democracy as our north. Thank you very much. Thank you. We invite you now for we are going very respectfully to sing our national anthem. We would like to thank all the authorities, judges, servers, everyone who followed this by our channel and also the National Council of Justice channel on YouTube. And we inform everyone that there will be a cocktail in this building at Esplanada. Good evening and thank you all for coming.